Okay, the exam weight of the forensic science is 50%. Ibig sabihin, ito yung share ng area na to sa iba pang mga areas, katulad ng law enforcement administration, criminal jurisprudence. So pagdating sa forensic science, it is 15%. So ang difference between the new and the old, mas mababa na, no? Dati kasi ang forensic science, ang exam weight niyan is 20%. So binabaan na nila and ginawa na siyang 15%. So paano ba gagawin natin sa paano ba natin ikakandak itong coaching natin? So first, we are going to discuss, or we are going to answer, rationalize the 300 questions, at naka-arrange yan according to particular subject, So perhaps for today, we are going to cover 3 subjects: forensic ballistics, we have question documents, and forensic photography. Okay, so depende yan sa magiging pacing natin sa ating gagawing rationalization. Alright, so let's get started. So the first is the forensic ballistic. So before we discuss the questions, let me introduce the table of specification on forensic ballistics as prescribed by the PRC and the Professional Regulatory Board of Criminology. Okay, so this is the latest, no? April 12 lang to na provide or na produce or na disseminate. Okay, so ang forensic ballistic will compose of 19 questions sa 100. Again, 19 from the 100 questions according to this specification will be coming from the subject forensic ballistics. And to tell you, ito yung pinakamalaking number ng mga questions na pagkukuhanan na subject. Okay? If in case na susundin nila, definitely dapat nilang sundin to kasi ito yung identified na specification. So expect that more or the most number of questions will be coming from forensic ballistics. So where these questions will be coming from? First, 2 questions: recognize the scientific foundation and principles of the admissibility of ballistic related evidence. Next, identify the types of firearms, yan, according to design, mechanism, action, make a basis for handling and examination of this kind of evidence. There will be 2 questions for that. 4th question is the classification of ammunition according to design, mechanism, purpose to assist the examiner in the specific type of ballistic examination to be conducted. 5 question, characteristic of firearms as basis for a firearm identification. 4th question, utilize laboratory equipment and tools in the examination of ballistic exhibit in aid to report writing and case presentation. And 2 questions, the nature and characteristic of explosive. So may discussion dito, no? Sinama nila yung or there will be questions about explosives. So yan ang mga pagkukuhanan na mga topics nung 19 questions. So in short, you need to be familiarized with the principles. You need to be familiarized with the types of firearms and characteristic of firearms, ammunition, laboratory equipment, at saka a little about explosive. Okay? So, etong table of specification, this is important kasi this will guide you on where to focus your attention sa pagre-review in this particular subject. Okay, so with that, let's get started. So first question, first and two questions. Forensic ballistics is ultimately about identification of blank. Is it about fired bullets, firearms, fired shells, or all are correct? Number two, when only 2 fired bullets were submitted for examination, the purpose of the examination will be what? First, to identify, or letter A, to identify the firearms, whether they originated. Letter B, to identify whether they were fired from one or more firearms. Letter C, to identify whether there are one or more shooters. Or letter D, all will serve as its purpose. Okay? So for number 1 and number 2, I expect, or I thought, I know that you have your answers here kasi tinest nyo na to or nag-test na kayo rito in advance. So checking to mangyayari. The answers are letter B and letter D. So for number 1, forensic ballistic is about identification of firearm. So i-clarify natin yan ha. Ang ina-identify sa forensic ballistic, barrel. Okay? Kung yung baril ba ang ginamit sa pagdi-discharge ng bullet that was recovered at the crime scene. So paano ina-identify yung firearm? Sa pamamagitan ng pag-e-examine ng shell at saka ng fired bullets. Okay? Pero ultimately, the reason kung bakit natin ine-examine yung fired shell, fired bullet, para makilala yung barrel, ma-identify yung barrel that was used in the commission of the crime. Okay? So, forensic ballistic, therefore, is about identification of firearm through examination of fired bullets and fired shells. Kaya, letter B yung sagot. Number 2. Number 2, if you will analyze, there are 2 fired bullets submitted for examination. Ano raw ang magiging purpose ng examination? The answer is to identify whether they were fired from one or more firearms. Okay, so that's the basic purpose of the examination. No? Dalawa silang bullet or fired bullet na sinubmit. Alamin mo kung pareho sila ng mga characteristics. Okay? Pag sinabing characteristics, kung pareho sila ng pagkakakilanlan. Kung microscopically, hindi sila pareho, therefore, they originated from 2 different sources. Kung pareho naman sila ng mga characteristics, therefore, they originated from a single source. So, but that is the purpose when a ballistician or firearm examiner received 2 fired bullets for examination. So that's number 1 and number 2. Let us proceed to the next item. Number 3. Striation patterns in the gun's barrel are the object of final determination of firearms identity. These characteristics can be viewed only after the firearm is what? Okay? So if you will analyze first the question, to answer this correctly, dapat alam mo yung tinatawag na striation pattern. So yung striation pattern, ito yung mga microscopic scratches na makikita mo sa peripheral portion ng bullet. Pag sinabing peripheral, sa side portion ng bullet. Okay? These are microscopic. So, ano daw dapat gawin para makita yung mga markings na yan? Letter A, subjected through microscopic examination. Letter B, subjected to test firing. Letter C, compared to another firearm. Letter D, subjected to caliber and rifling determination. Okay? So what do you think is the answer? The answer for number 3 is letter B. Correct, no? Subjected to test firing. So, ang firearm, hindi siya nilalagay sa ilalim ng microscope. Ang nilalagay sa ilalim ng microscope for examinations are bullet and shell. Okay? So, anong ginagawa sa firearm? Ang firearm tinitest fire para yung mga marking sa barrel niya malipat doon sa bullet at yung bullet ang titingnan under the microscope. Okay? So very good. You must read carefully the question at kung ano yung hinihingi. 'Di ba? Ang ina-ask sa question ay kung ano raw gagawin sa firearm. So it should be test fire. Next, the answer is letter B. Number 4. Yan. Conversion. A .729 inch bore shotgun is 10 gauge, 16 gauge, 12 gauge, or 20 gauge. Okay? So, .729 inch bore ng shotgun. The answer for number 4 is actually letter C. It is, yes, it is 12 gauge. Okay? So in case that you want to quickly remember, you want to be refreshed by this topic or in this topic, so we have here the gauge to inch conversion. Okay? So mula 10 hanggang 0.410 or hanggang 28 gauge na mga measurements. Next. Number 5. The ignition of propellant charge by mechanical blow against the primer or percussion cap of the cartridge. So what do you call that? Action. What do you call that action? Is it recoil, percussion action, priming mixture, or friction? So, yes, the answer for number 5 is letter B, percussion action. So ano ba yung percussion action? Yung percussion action, ito yung pamamaraan ng pagdi-discharge ng gunpowder nang hindi mo na kailangang sindihan. Kasi yung mga unang firearm, manually kailangan mong sindihan, lagyan ng mitya yung gunpowder. So, nung na-introduce yung percussion system, sinasubject na lang sa blow, shock, or hit yung gunpowder for it to explode. Okay? So, ang tawag doon sa kapag pinalo yung or sinubject siya shock yung propellant tapos nag-discharge siya, okay, nag-explode siya, ang tawag natin doon, class, ay percussion action. So, yung mga firearm today, yung mga modern firearms are all percussion operated. Okay? So, please remember this description or definition of percussion action. Next. Number 6 and number 7. Which of the following is not a job of a firearm examiner? Letter A, determination of what firearm was used in the crime. Determination of whether or not a person fired a gun. Determination whether 2 or more guns were used in the crime. Okay? Or none. So, alin daw dyan ang hindi trabaho ng firearm examiner? Number 7. The following can be examined to determine the caliber of the bullet that hits the victim, except, so the question is looking for the exception. The size of the entrance wound, the bullet collected from the victim's body, the firearm collected from the crime scene, or none. Okay, so in number 7, alin daw dyan ang hindi reliable na maging basihan ng pag-determine ng caliber of the bullet. Okay? So for number 6 and number 7, what are the answers? Okay, some says that it is letter B and letter A. Actually, the answer is correct, letter B and letter A. So determination of whether or not a person fired a gun is not a job of a firearm examiner. So yan ay trabaho ng isang chemist. Okay, so meron siyang mga pwedeng test na i-conduct para malaman if a person fired a gun, such as thermal nitrate test or tinatawag nating paraffin test or yung Harrison-Gilroy test. So ayan yung dalawang mga tests na pwedeng i-conduct, chemically speaking, to know, to determine if a person fired a gun. Okay? So number 7, the answer is the size of the entrance wound sa victim's body. So hindi mo pwedeng gawing accurate na reference, accurate na basis kung ano yung caliber ng bullet by depending or relying on the hole or bullet hole created on the skin. Kasi yung skin natin, class, elastic siya. Okay? So, elastic. Ibig sabihin, nagko-compress, okay? Nag-expand at nagko-constrict. So, hindi siya pwedeng gamitin or hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na kung ano ang size ng bullet hole, yun din ang exact size ng caliber of the bullet that enters in it. Okay? So, therefore, letter D and letter A are the correct answers. Good. Next. Number 8 and number 9. Speaking of paraffin test, legally speaking, paraffin test showing negative result for powder burns may be disregarded when made at least how many days after the shooting. Okay? So, yung test result daw na negative sa paraffin test, maski na negative siya, hindi na bibigyan niya ng value kapag ginawa yung test how many days after the shooting incident. 1, 3 days, 2 days, or 5 days. Number 9. Ito, madali lang to, no? Everybody knows this in ballistic. What is the stable flight of the bullet? The stable flight of the bullet is caused by what motion? Okay? Remember, ang forensic ballistic is defined as the motion of the projectile. So maraming mga motion, no? Ano yung motion na nagbibigay ng stability ng flight ng bullet? Letter A, direct motion. Letter B, translational. Letter C, rotary, or last is terminal motion. Okay, so 8 and 9, what are the answers? Okay, so the answers are, yes, you got it right, letter B and letter C. So, hindi na tinatanggap yung result ng paraffin test na negative kasi hindi na siya reliable kung sinubmit siya 3 days after the shooting. Kasi definitely, after 3 days, yung mga gunshot residues na makikita sa kamay ng shooter ay naturally natatanggal na. Okay? Kasi maraming pinaggagamitan yung kamay, maraming hinahawakan yung kamay, at maraming what do you call this, contact yung kamay or exposure, no? So minsan hinuhugasan, hinahawakan natin, so nalilipat or nawawash out naturally itong mga traces ng gunshot residue. So within 3 days, I expect na this cannot be found anymore on the hands of the shooter. So definitely magkakaroon ng negative result at wala nang bisa or wala nang value yung negative result na yan. Of course, the stable flight of the bullet is caused by the rotary motion. Okay? Yung kanyang tinatawag nating spinning motion caused by the riflings inside the barrel of the gun. Right? So, next. O nga pala, no? Pagdating sa rotary motion, do not forget that the faster the bullet spin, the more stable the flight of the bullet. Okay? From the gun towards the target. Next. Next 2 items. What is the branch of ballistics that deals with the impact and force imparted on the target? So we are talking here now about the branch: interior, terminal, exterior, or forensic ballistics. Number 11, well, is still about branch of ballistic. The interior ballistic, technically speaking, begins with letter A, loading the firearm when the chamber is closed, is loaded, squeezing the trigger, or letter D, when the bullet comes in contact with the rifling. Okay? So, what do you think are the answers for number 10 and number 11? Okay? So the answers are letter B and letter C. So the branch of ballistic that deals with the impact and force on the target is terminal ballistics. So remember, when the bullet comes in contact with the target or reach the target, yung branch na yan ay tinatawag ng terminal ballistics. In number 11, interior ballistic naman. Interior ballistic is everything that transpired, everything that happened while the bullet is still inside the gun or while still inside the firearm. Okay? So, ano ba yung moment na gagalaw or magkakaroon ng motion yung bullet inside the gun? That's the beginning of the interior ballistic. Okay? Of course, when you squeeze the trigger. So that's the time na mag-move na or magkakaroon na ng motion yung bullet inside the gun and the beginning of the interior ballistics. Okay? Next. Number 12. Number 12. The recoil of the gun, I think you know what recoil is affected by the following. Except the tightness of the firearm is held, the weight of the firearm, the physical and mental condition of the shooter, or none. Okay? So when you say recoil, this is the rearward, the backward movement of the gun against the forward motion of the bullet. So Tagalog, ito yung pagsipa, pabalik ng firearm every time that it is fired. Okay? So alin daw dito ang exception, hindi nakaka-apekto sa amount of recoil? Okay? So the answer for number 12 is letter D, none. Okay, there is none. Because all the choices given can affect the amount of recoil. So kung gaano mo kahigpit hinawakan yung firearm, kung maluwag mo siyang hinawakan, mas malakas mong madadama ang recoil. Mas mabigat ang firearm, mas malakas ang recoil. And also physical and mental condition. Okay? So kung mahina ang pangangatawan mo, mas malakas ang recoil, or kung hindi ka mentally focused, okay? You're thinking something else doon sa paghawak mo or habang pinuputok mo yung firearm. So all of those can affect the amount of recoil when firing a gun. So the answer is there is no exception. Letter D. Next. Number 13. Number 13. Which of the following is considered as the mechanical erosion of the bore? Okay? So again, mechanical erosion. Letter A, projectile passing through the bore. Letter B, the heat from burning propellant. Letter C, pressure of powder gases and combustion. And letter D, chemical action of powder gases and combustion residue. Okay? So, yes, you got it right. The answer is the letter A. Projectile passing through the bore. Okay? So, pag sinabi nating class na mechanical erosion, ito yung pagnipis ng internal wall ng barrel of the gun. So bakit siya numinipis? Because of mechanical cause or mechanical reason. Ano yung mechanical na yon? Sa sobrang dami ng mga bullets na dumadaan doon, so nagkakaroon ng erosion, pagnipis ng wall ng barrel of the gun. So ang tawag natin dyan ay mechanical erosion, and the cause is when the bullet projectile passes through the bore. So yung letter B, letter C, letter D, ano naman yan? Yan yung tinatawag nating corrosion. So pag sinabi nating corrosion, this is caused by chemical reaction. Again, this is caused by chemical reaction. So, ano naman yung corrosion class? Ganun din, numinipis din yung internal wall ng barrel of the gun. But the cause is because of chemical reaction, no? Nagkakaroon ng kalawang. Okay? Dahil sa init ng gunpowder, dahil sa combustion or sa pressure na binabubuo ng gunpowder and other chemical action. Next. So meron tayong tinatawag na leading or fouling. These are deposits of unburned residue in the bore of the gun. Okay? So ito yung mga dumi na naiiwan sa loob ng barrel. Ang tawag dyan ay leading or fouling. So ano yung mga dumi na yan at saan galing yan? So galing yan sa mga hindi nasunog na mga gunpowder at naiwan sa loob ng gun barrel. So we call that as leading or fouling. Next. Number 14 and number 15. 14 and number 15. So, what is the fatal equivalent of the bullet? The velocity, yaw, energy, or gyroscopic action? Number 15. the bore of the shotgun is constricted. So pinaliit daw yung pinakalabasan ng pellets or shots ng barrel of the shotgun. So what do you call that kind of bore? Cylinder bore, choke bore, smooth bore, or paradox bore? Okay? So the answers for number 14 and number 15 are letter C and letter D. Energy. Okay? So energy is the fatal equivalent of the bullet. Pag sinabing fatal, ito ang nagdidikta whether a bullet will be destructive or not. And for your information, yung amount of energy that the bullet possess is coming from the gunpowder. In short, the more gunpowder, the more energy that the bullet will have, and the more destructive that the bullet will become. Okay? Next, for number 15, yes, choke bore. Tandaan nyo lang, di ba? Parang sinakal, kaya nga, choke. Parang sinakal at pinaliit yung part ng barrel ng shotgun where the projectiles, where the shots are released. Okay? So anong purpose nun? Para ma-maintain yung grouping ng mga pellets, ng mga shots, okay? When it hit the targets. So that is number 15, letter B, choke bore. Next, items. Explanation pala, no? Cylinder bore is the typical smooth bore barrel. Yan. That is cylinder bore. So ito yung typical na shotgun. Kasi ang shotgun, karamihan ng mga barrel nila ay walang rifling. Okay? Kaya siya tinawag na smooth bore or what we call cylinder bore. Yung paradox, karaniwan ding tinatanong to sa licensure exam, ito yung shotgun barrel kung saan meron siyang rifling few inches from the muzzle of the gun. Okay? So, kaya siya tinawag na paradox. Medyo kakaiba yung shotgun barrel na to kasi intentionally nilagyan siya ng rifling near the muzzle of the gun. So, ano ba yung muzzle? Yun yung pinakanguso ng barrel. So, cake gun, ano naman yung cake gun? This is a shotgun with double barrel kung saan isa yung smooth bore at isa naman yung merong barrel na may rifling. Okay? Next, items. Another explanation, no, or discussion related to that. Speaking of shotgun, ang mga projectile ng shotgun ay hindi tinatawag na bullets, kundi shots. Okay? So meron tayong tatlong uri ng shots. We have soft or drop shots. Okay? The soft or drop shot is purely made of lead. Ito ay purong gawa sa tingga. So they are easy to deform. Madali silang ma-deform upon impact. Kaya nga tinawag siya na soft or drop. Okay? So number 2, yung chilled or hard shot is mas medyo matigas, no? Because bukod sa lead or sa tingga, hinaluan siya or minix siya with antimony. So it becomes harder. Okay? Hindi siya nadideform easily upon impact. On the other hand, the hardest of them all is the coated or plated shots or otherwise known as lubaloy. So pag sinabing coating class, hindi lang hinaluan ng other hard metals, but nilagyan ng covering. Okay? So yung buong shot, nilagyan ng coating ng metal made from copper, and siya yung pinaka harder sa lahat. Okay? And it shows great resistance to deformation. So in short, pag impact niya, hindi siya kaagad-agad na di-deform. Okay? Hindi siya kaagad-agad nawawala sa forma or sa shape. So please remember these types of shot according to what? According to hardness. Soft or drop, chilled or hard, and coated or plated. Next. We have number 16 and number 17. Which of the following can be considered an unusual gunshot location in the head for suicide? Okay? So unusual daw na mag-suicide tapos dito ang sa part na to ang gunshot. Okay? So unusual, temple, under the chin, mouth, or the back of the head. Number 17. This examination should be performed in order to determine the presence, location, and the path of the bullet in the victim's body. Paraffin, firearm identification, or X-ray, or all shall be done. Okay? So, some are giving accurate answers. Letter D, the back of the head. Okay, so unusual yon. Wala namang nagpapakamatay na pahihirapan niya pa yung sarili niya na barilin yung sarili niya sa likod ng ulo. Okay, or at the back of the head. So normally, yung gunshot located at the back of the head is execution style. Okay, hindi suicide. The rest, yung temple, under chin, and the mouth, ito yung mga usual location if someone want to commit suicide by gunshot. Okay? And letter C, X-ray. X-ray. If you want to locate the bullet inside the body, okay, or the victim's body, so you can make use of X-ray. Next. Number 18 and number 19. Which of the following may be washed out from the gunshot wound? Okay, so yung mga choices natin, ito yung mga gunshot, gunshot factors. Ito yung makikita mo sa isang gunshot wound. Alin daw dito ang pwedeng ma-wash out? Smudging, singeing, tattooing, or cavity. Number 19. In 1845, the rimfire cartridge was discovered in France by Lefaucheux, Morse, Flaubert, or Biel. So, 18 to 19, the answers are letter A, smudging, and letter C, it is Flaubert. Okay, so smudging. Bakit madaling matanggal yung or pwedeng matanggal sa gunshot wound yung smudging? Kasi yung smudging, ito yung caused by gunshot smoke. Okay? So, yung smoke ng gunshot napunta sa skin, okay? At yon ang tinatawag nating smudging. So kapag hinugasan yung gunshot wound, pwede yang mabura or pwedeng ma-wash out. Pero hindi pwede matanggal yung singeing, tattooing, or cavity. Okay? Kasi yung singeing, ito yung mga sunog, no? Nasunog na tissue, nasunog na flesh because of the flame coming from the gunshot, which was fired at a very close range. Ganon din yung tattooing. Kasi yung tattooing, bumabaon yung mga gunpowder or burned gunpowder coming from the discharge of the gun under the skin. Under the skin. Yung cavity naman, ito yung pinaka-hole created by the bullet. Definitely, hindi talaga yan matatanggal by washing. Okay? Next. So in number 19 is a trivial question. So the answer is Flaubert. So just in case, no? Just in case you want to know other personalities in forensic ballistic, we have Roger Bacon and Berthold Schwartz. Okay, so their contribution is the discovery of the formula of gunpowder. Yan, si Roger Bacon and Berthold Schwartz. But the one that is commonly asked in the board examination is si Roger Bacon. Okay, si Roger Bacon. So, MVL, smokeless powder, Lefauchuk, spin fire cartridge, Morse, center fire cartridge, and another personality is Calvin Goddard, the pioneer of forensic ballistic. Okay, and he is the father, considered as the father of ballistics. Next. Number 20 and number 21. Considered to be the first true machine gun. Okay? Gustav gun, Maxim gun, Gatling gun, or paradox gun. 21. What is the part of the firearm that controls the path of the bullet? The chamber, the frame, the cylinder, or the barrel? Okay? So for number 20, and number 21. The answers are the following. Letter B and then letter D. Okay? So Maxim gun and barrel. So Maxim gun, ito yung true machine gun because it is operated by recoil or tinatawag natin na recoil operated. Paano ba yung recoil operated? Ginagamit niya yung recoil ng gun to automatically load and unload ammunitions. Okay? Kaya tuloy-tuloy lang siyang nagdi-discharge or nagpa-fire. So that is Maxim gun. Yung Gustav gun, yung unang version ng Gatling gun. Okay? At hindi yan hindi yan mga machine gun, no? Kasi yung unang version ng Gatling gun is manually operated. So, yung Gustav gun naman, this is the biggest gun in the history. At yung paradox gun is not a shotgun, but is not a machine gun, but a shotgun. Okay? So, 21, the part of the firearm that controls the direction or the path of the bullet is the barrel. Okay, because this is where the bullet is coming or passing through. Kaya kung saan mo itapat yung barrel, most likely this is also the direction that the bullet is going to travel. Okay, so 20 and 21, those are the answers. Next. Number 22 and number 23. 22 and 23. A cartridge shell with grooves near its base and straight was fired in what firearm? So, you first picture kung ano yung dinidescribe, no? Cartridge shell na may grooves na malapit sa base at ang body ay straight. So, yung mga ganong design ng cartridge was fired in pistol, rifle, revolver, or shotgun. Number 23. The word bullet originates from the French word cartouche, charta, boulet, or balya. Okay? Answers are yes. Letter A and letter C. Pistol. Okay? So remember class, bawat ammunition ng mga firearm ay may iba't ibang klaseng mga design. So, sa rifle, ang design niya, may grooves din siya near the base, pero hindi straight ang body niya, kundi bottleneck. Okay? Sa revolver naman, walang grooves. Yung kanyang shell. Kasi rimfire ang ginagamit diyan. Ay rim. Okay? So rim ang ginagamit na shell. Sa shotgun naman, hindi rin kasi wala ring grooves yung kanyang cartridge. So the answer for that item is pistol. Number 23. This is a trivial question and the answer here is bullet. Letter C. Next. Number 24 and number 25. The bullet ideal against target that rapidly burns, such as aircraft. So anong bullet daw ang ideal for that? Tracer, armor piercing, fragmentation, or incendiary. Number 25. The part of the cartridge that protect the propellant from external factor. So what is that part of the cartridge? The bullet, the casing, the primer, or all are correct. Okay? So the answers to 24 and 25 are letter D, incendiary. So ito yung mga special type of bullet na kapag nagkaroon ng contact with the target, nag-produce siya ng flame. Okay? So, incendiary. Ano naman yung fragmentation? Yung fragmentation upon impact and na di-divide into pieces. Okay? Nagpa-fragment siya into pieces. Naghihiwa-hiwalay sa maliliit. Yung tracer naman, it illuminates the path of the bullet. Okay? So, yung direction ng bullet or tina-travel ng bullet ay iniilawan niya or umiilaw. So, nakikita ng shooter yung direction of travel ng bullet kapag tracer. Kaya, tracer is very ideal for night operation. Yung armor piercing, just like the name implies, it can penetrate armor, okay, or metals. So this is very good to use kapag ang target are vehicles, okay, or any other armored carrying personnel. Number 25. The part that protects the propellant. Take note class ha, pag sinabi nating propellant, this is another name for gunpowder. Okay? So that is letter B, casing. Casing. So yung wall ng casing is the one that protect the gunpowder from external factors. Okay? So I already explained this, but in addition, pag sinabi nating tracer, it has a red tip for easy identification. Pag incendiary naman, it has blue tip. Okay? So you can easily identify, you can easily recognize these special kinds of bullets. Number 26. Modern ammunitions are more powerful than the older version because it uses blank. Okay? Large caliber bullets, different propellants, longer barrel, or different firearm mechanism. So, why modern ammunitions are more powerful? So, the answer is letter B, different propellant. Okay, so iba na kasi ang ginagamit natin na gunpowder, mas powerful than the gunpowder before. Okay, so next. Number 27 and number 28. In establishing the distance of the shooter to the target, what should be critically determined first? The entrance hole, the caliber, exit hole, or the trajectory? And number 28, when bullet fracture a glass, this is considered as the primary breaks. Ito yung unang break na napoproduce. What do we call that? Radial, stress line, concentric, or cavity. Okay? So for number 27 and number 28, the answers are both letter A. Bullet's entrance hole. Okay? Why? Because kailangan mo munang makita where the bullet entered before you can start the measurement ng trajectory. Okay? So, doon kasi yun ang magiging basihan ng pag-measure ng trajectory. Kaya, that is the first to be determined. Number 28, the answer is radial. Okay? So, yung concentric na makikita natin sa letter C choice, yan yung secondary break. Yung cavity, that is the hole created by the bullet when it enters the glass surface. Yung stress line naman, yan ang nagiging basihan, okay, para malaman kung saang side ng glass nag-enter yung bullet. So, next. So we have here, actually class, etong discussion na to more on forensic chemistry to, no? Kasi yung forensic chemistry tumatawid siya sa iba't ibang mga subjects under forensic science. Okay, so this is the radial crack, yung outward break. Okay, yung concentric fracture naman or crack, the crack or the break that connects to radial fracture. Okay, so if you want it to see sa more realistic na image, so pag enter ng bullet sa glass or pag penetrate ng bullet sa glass, ang unang nabubuo is yung radial fracture and then later on yung tinatawag nating concentric fracture. Okay? So malalaman mo rin sa radial kung ano yung first shot at saka second shot. Okay? So ito yung first shot that was made on the glass. Makikita natin yung radial letter C. Dire-diretso siya. Okay? Pero sa second target, kung makikita nyo yung radial letter Y, which is being pointed by the cursor or the arrow, dire-diretso siya pero nahinto siya sa portion na yon. Ibig sabihin, hindi na siya dumiretso on the other side. Okay? So kasi may crack na doon na nabuo ng unang shot. So therefore, we can identify that yung hole, another hole was made by the second shot. Okay? So next. So in forensic chemistry, when we talk about glass, this is defined as the supercooled liquid which possesses high viscosity and rigidity, non-crystalline and inorganic substance. And the most important constituent of glass is called silica. Okay, so remember that. Next, forensic ballistic, number 29 and number 30. This ensure that ballistic evidence found at the crime scene can be identified as the same evidence to be examined in the laboratory. Okay? Proper collection, proper recognition, proper preservation, or proper marking. Number 30. A bullet to be collected was found disfigured, deformed, where it should be marked. Okay? Kapag ang bullet daw ay deformed or disfigured, wala na siya sa tamang shape niya after impact. Okay? Saan daw dapat ilagay yung marking sa bullet na yon as evidence? So 29 and 30, the answers are yes, letter C and letter C. Proper preservation of evidence. Okay? So para ma-ensure that the evidence found at the crime scene, the bullet found at the crime scene, will be the same bullet that will be presented in court. Proper preservation. Okay? And number 30, letter C, the base. So kung deform na, yung base or pinaka-base ng bullet, this is the location where we can put our markings. All right? So next. Number 31 and number 32. When marking a firearm at the shooting scene, these are the three main parts of the gun that should be marked except. Okay? So, pag nagmarka tayo ng firearm or naglagay tayo ng marking sa firearm, alin ang hindi main part na dapat markahan? Barrel, magazine, frame, or receiver. Number 32. When providing tag to a firearm, all shall be written, but which detail about the firearm should be considered the most important? Okay? So alin sa mga sumusunod ang pinaka-important details na dapat ilagay or pwedeng malagay sa tag that will be put to the firearm? Okay? So the answers for number 31 and number 32 are, yes, correct, letter B and letter D, magazine. Okay? Ang three main parts ng gun na nilalagyan ng markings are the barrel, the frame, and the receiver. So, and exception dyan yung magazine. Number 32, the serial number. Napaka-importante kapag may serial number ang isang firearm. So, because traceable yung firearm. We can identify, we can know where it was produced, the manufacturer, or perhaps even the name of the owners or naging owners ng firearm na yan. Okay? So traceable kasi kapag merong serial number. But of course, practically, yung mga ginagamit sa krimen ng mga firearm, most of them are without serial number kasi most of them are homemade, okay? Or di kaya binura yung mga serial number in order for it not to be traced to the owners. Okay? Next. Let's have number 33 and number 34. If the issue surrounding the firearm is whether or not the serial number was tampered, the equipment or this equipment will be very useful. Comparison microscope, shadow graph, stereoscopic microscope, or CP6 comparison projector. Okay? Kung tampering ng serial number ang issue, so alin dito ang pwedeng magamit na instrument? Number 34. Another instrument described as a long hollow probe equipped with the lamp and magnifying apparatus in tail used to fit inside the barrel for examination. So ito yung instrument na pwede mong gamitin so you can see the inside, okay, of the barrel. So the answers for number 33 and 34 are yes, letter C and letter B. Stereoscopic microscope. Okay? So how about the other choices? How about the other instruments na naka-indicate sa other choices? What are their use? Yung comparison microscope, ang use niyan is for firearm identification, no? For comparison of fired bullet and shells. Yung shadow graph, this is used for determination or measuring caliber. Okay? Yung CP6 comparison projector, it also it is the same, almost the same with comparison microscope. Ang advantage lang ng CP6 comparison projector is hindi ka nasisilip sa eyepiece ng microscope, but you can see what you are examining in the monitor of computer, okay, or projector. So much easier and much convenient on the part of the examiner. So number 34, helixometer is the answer. Letter B. Micrometer. Saan naman siya ginagamit, no? Ginagamit siya for measuring also caliber. Yung taper gauge naman, ginagamit siya sa pagme-measure ng caliber ng barrel of the gun. Okay? Yung torsion balance, ginagamit siya sa pang-measure ng caliber also. Kaya lang, hindi binabalanse but sa pamamagitan ng kanyang timbang. Okay? So titimbangin mo yung bullet, titimbangin mo yung shell, and based on the weight, you will identify what possible caliber is that bullet. So for that, you are going to use, or you need to make use of, torsion balance. Next. Okay, so ito naman pala. Yung helixometer class, aside from the given question, it is also used to measure the pitch of rifling. Okay? Pitch of rifling. So, ano yung pitch of rifling? The pitch of rifling is the distance that the bullet travel where it can make a 360-degree turn. Again, pitch of rifling is the distance that the bullet can travel that where it can make a 360-degree rotation or turn. So, para ma-measure yung distance na yon, you can also make use of what we call helixometer. Next. Number 35 and number 36. The following are considered as individual characteristics, except alin daw dyan ang hindi individual characteristic? Breech face, extractor, firing pin, or rifling? Number 36. You are a firearm examiner examining two specimens of fired cartridge cases using comparison microscope. What should be the focus of the examination? Extractor mark, breech face mark, ejector mark, or caliber? So the answers for 35 and 36 are okay, the answer is letter D and letter B. So rifling, bakit rifling? rifling class is not an individual characteristic. It is a class characteristic. Okay? So, pag sinabi nating class characteristic, ito yung characteristic na present sa iba pang barel. So, halimbawa, ang rifling ay left twist. Yung ibang firearm, meron ding mga rifling na left twist. Kaya siya tinawag na class characteristic. Another, yung rifling at yung characteristic ng rifling is dictated by the manufacturer of the gun. So sila ang nagdi-design ng characteristic ng rifling. It is under the control of the gun's manufacturer. Pero yung breech face mark, extractor mark, firing pin impression, so yan ay mga kinukonsidered na individual characteristics. So what does it mean? It means yung mga nakikreate nilang mga markings ay hindi mo makikita sa ibang firearm. It is like the firearm's unique fingerprint. Okay? So, in number 36, is still connected, no? So, kapag nag-examine ka raw ng cartridge case, ano ang focus mo ng examination? So, the answer is letter B, breech face marking. Okay? So, take note. Please. Pag ine-examine ay cartridge shell, ang dalawang focus of examinations are the firing pin impression and breech face marks. That is for the shell. That is for the shell only. Again, breech face mark at saka firing pin impression ang tinitingnan mo under the microscope. Pag bullet ang ine-examine mo at hindi shell, ang focus ng examination will be the so-called striations. So ano yung striations na yon? Ito yung microscopic scratches, okay, na na-impart ng barrel of the gun to the bullet. So yung striations, ine-examine yan sa shell, sa bullet. Okay? Wala niyan sa shell. On the other hand, yung firing pin impression at saka breech face mark, wala niyan sa bullet. Makikita lang yan through microscopic examination sa shells. Kaya, when you read question like this, i-identify nyo muna kung ano yung ine-examine under microscope. Is it the bullet or shell? Okay? Next. I think this is important to discuss the stages in the manufacture of the barrel. Okay? So, paano ba ginagawa yung barrel? Number 1 is drilling. So, yung drilling is the process of what? Process of drilling a hole in the solid piece of metal. Okay? From one end to another end. So, yon ang drilling. So, pagkatapos ng drilling is reaming. Reaming is what? Reaming is refining the surface. So, pagkatapos ng drill, pakikinisin yung surface, ang tawag nun ay reaming. And then, letter C is rifling. Okay? Kung saan, uukit ng mga grooves, spiral grooves, along the bore of the barrel. Okay? So, maraming mga or merong 4 na pamamaraan or methods for doing that. We have hook, otherwise known as cutter system, scrape, broaching, at saka button. Okay? And then, the last part is lapping. Kapag nagkaroon na ng mga lands and grooves, inside or rifling inside the barrel of the gun, kikinisin ulit yon at ang tawag natin doon ay lapping. Okay? So, yung mga rimming at saka lapping, ito yung mga pagre-refine ng surface ng internal wall ng barrels. Okay? At diyan napoproduce yung mga tinatawag nating microscopic scratches or striations na mumamarka sa bullet or all bullets that passes in the barrel. Okay? So, next. Number 37 and number 38. The helical grooves pattern in the internal surface of the barrel responsible for imparting a spinning motion to ensure accuracy of projectile during flight. Okay? What is this helical groove? Striations, grooves, lance, or rifling. Number 38. What is the metal cup containing highly sensitive priming mixture of the chemical compound which when hit or crushed by the firing pin will facilitate ignition? So what do you call that metal cup na pinapalo ng firing pin? Silver halide, anvil, primer packet, or primer? So the answers are double letter D or both letter D, rifling and primer. Okay? So, again, ang purpose ng rifling is mag-impart ng spinning or rotating motion sa bullet. Okay? Para mas maging accurate yung trajectory ng bullet papunta sa target. So that is rifling. Rifling is different from striations class. Yung rifling is composed of lance and grooves. Pero sa surface ng riflings, doon makikita yung mga striations na tinatawag. Yung mga gasgas na nangyari dahil sa pagpapakinis ng wall ng barrel of the gun. Okay? Next. Number 38. Yung pinapalo ng firing pin na nag-i-start ng explosion or ignition is called primer. Okay? Again, this is called primer. Next. Number 39. Number 39. A firearm that allows the user to either manually cock the hammer or simply pull the trigger and release the hammer of its own. Okay? So, single action, pump action, double action, or bolt action. So, the answer for number 39 is letter C. Okay? It is double action. So, paano mo daw ba masasabi na double action yung firearm? Double action yung firearm kapag hindi mo na kailangan i-atras yung hammer bago mo makalabit yung trigger. Okay? So, kapag kinalabit mo yung trigger, automatically pumalo at the same time yung hammer, yan ay tinatawag na double action firearm. So karamihan or karaniwan nating makikita yung mekanismo na double action sa mga revolver. Ano naman yung single action? Yung single action, yung kapag mapipress mo lang yung trigger, but first, you need to pull back manually the hammer. Okay? So you need to pull the hammer back. Pag hindi mo ginawa yon, hindi mo or hindi mag-ooperate yung firearm or hindi magkakaroon ng action when you press the trigger. Okay? Next. We are now on number 40 and number 41. It is the quickness that a burning gunpowder transform into gas. Okay? So remember, di ba? Kapag na-ignite yung gunpowder, nasusunog siya at nagta-transform siya into pressurized gas. At itong pressurized gas is the one used to throw the bullet. Okay? To throw the bullet at high velocity, high energy. So, yung process of transformation into gas is called rate of fire. Letter B, percussion rate. Letter C, combustion rate. Or letter D, burning rate. Number 41. The disruption of the bullet into many pieces caused by the force of impact. So, yung pag-hiwa-hiwalay ng mga bullet because of hitting a very hard surface or target. What do you call that? Fragmentation, explosion, detonation, or collision. Number 40 and number 41, the answers are letter D and letter A. So we call that as burning rate. Okay, gaano kabilis masunog at mag-transform into pressurized gas, yung gunpowder. That is burning rate. And letter A, that is fragmentation. Okay? I think na-discuss natin kanina yan, no, sa mga special bullets. Next. Number 42. Refers to the bullet's capability to deliver a very heavy paralyzing blow. Okay? So, firepower, shocking power, knocking power, or destructive power. So, the answer is letter C, knocking power. So, ito yung ability or capability ng bullet to paralyze or to put down the target. Okay? So, knocking power. Next. Number 43. The microscopic contours found at the surface of the fired bullet used by the examiner as basis of comparison and identification. So, what are these microscopic contours? Landmarks, striations, impression, or rifling marks. Ito raw ang ginagamit na basihan for comparison or microscope comparison and identification. So, what is the answer? So, the answer is letter B. We call that as striations. Okay, so we call that as striations. So, this is like the fingerprint, as I told you. Ito yung mga unique pattern ng mga scratches that can be found inside the barrel of the gun. Okay? So, and this is like the fingerprint that can identify the firearm where the bullet originated from or where the bullet was fired from. So, we call that as striation. So, take note, yung striation sometimes dinidescribe siya as microscopic scratches or microscopic contours. So, yan ang mga descriptions netong tinatawag nating striations. Next. Let's go to number 44 and number 45. It refers to the amount of gunpowder that is loaded to the ammunition. Okay? So, and number 45, choices. energy charge, loaded charge, power charge, or powder charge. So, anong tawag daw doon sa dami ng nilagay na gunpowder sa isang ammunition? 45. The bullet's capacity in hitting the target. Muzzle blast, muzzle brake, muzzle energy, or muzzle velocity. Okay? So the answers for these two items are letter D and then letter C. So powder charge. Powder charge is the amount of gunpowder in the ammunition, at yung capacity is dictated by the muzzle energy. So gaano karaming energy ang na-produce ng muzzle of the gun to throw the bullet in the target or to reach the target. Okay, so we call that as muzzle energy. Next. Number 46 and number 47. A bullet designed with a sharp bore diameter shoulder that enhance its cutting action without requiring expansion. Okay? So, hollow point, pointed bullet, round bullet, or semi-wad cutter. Number 47. Upon checking the bore of the barrel, the examiner see a spiral rifling going a clockwise direction. This means it has right twist rifling, right pitch rifling, left twist rifling, or left pitch of rifling. So for number 46 and number 47, the answers are yes, that's correct. Letter D, semi-wad cutter. So yung semi-wad cutter class, ito yung mga bullet na hindi round shape, no, kundi flat. Okay? Flat ang kanyang top portion. Okay? Yung kanyang top or flat top. So kapag tumama to, nagke-create siya ng perfect hole. So very ideal to be used yung mga wad cutter type of bullets para sa mga target papers kasi it perfectly cuts, okay, bullet hole at hindi na siya shattered or napupunit yung mga target paper. What is hollow point? Yung hollow point is the design of the bullet kung saan nag-e-expand siya upon impact. Okay? Ito yung bullet na merong crater at the center. So meron siyang butas sa gitna, no? Parang bulkan. So upon impact, nag-e-expand siya to create more destruction. Okay? Or to produce more destruction. Yung pointed bullet, ito yung mga bullet that is commonly loaded sa mga ammunitions ng rifle. Yung round shape na bullet, ito naman yung mga bullets that are commonly loaded sa mga ammunitions ng handguns, katulad ng pistol and then revolver. Okay? So, in number 47, kapag sinilip mo yung barrel, ang spiral ay clockwise direction, ibig sabihin yan ay right twist rifling. And of course, contrary to that, kapag counterclockwise, that is left twist rifling. Okay? So, yung mga tungkol dyan sa characteristic ng rifling, di-discuss natin yan later. Number 48 and number 49. The hole in the bottom of the primer packet through which the primer clash imparts ignition to the propellant. So that particular hole is called primer packet, anvil, sensitive material or priming mixture, or vent or flash hole. Number 49. What is the part of the shell that prevent the bullet from being pulled out? Okay, cannelure, crimp, neck, or shoulder. So 48 and number 49. What are the answers? The answers are letter D and letter B. So letter D, vent or flash holes. Ito yung yung passageway kung saan dumadaan yung na-produce na flame papunta doon sa gunpowder or sa propellant. Kaya nga tinawag siya na vent, di ba? Daanan or di kaya flash hole. Okay? On the other hand, yung part ng shell para yung bullet hindi mo mahatak, hindi mo mahiwalay, okay? By force from the shell is crimp. So that part that prevent that is called crimp. Okay? So the answer are letter D and letter B. So, cannelure. Ano naman yung cannelure? That is one among the choices, no? Cannelure is the part for the bullet not to be pushed down the shell. So para hindi pumasok yung bullet inside the shell, ang nagpe-prevent niyan ay tinatawag na cannelure. Okay? Para hindi mo naman mahugot palabas yung bullet at mahiwalay sa shell, yan yung answer kanina, crimp. So do not forget the difference between that part or those parts, yung cannelure at saka yung crimp. What about the rim? The rim is the part of the shell that prevent it from getting inside the chamber. So para hindi pumasok ng dire-diretso yung buong cartridge or ammunition sa chamber, so ang pumipigil dyan ay yung tinatawag na rim. Okay? So rim, ito yung pinakagilid ng base. Diba? Ang tawag doon ay rim. Next. So number 50 and number 51. What is the study of the motion of projectile? Okay? Forensic ballistics, firearm identification, ballistics, or all of the above. Number 51. The following are the terms from which the word ballistic was derived, except balo, ballista, balyen, or forum. So, alin dyan ang hindi pinanggalingan ng word na ballistics? Okay? So, number 50 and number 51, the answers are yes. The answers are letter C and letter D. So, letter C, ballistics. Basta ang definition ay motion of the projectile lang. Ito ay pumapatungkol lang sa galaw ng bala. Okay? Ang tawag dyan ay ballistics. Pero kapag nakita nyo sa definition na meron ng firearm identification, that is forensic ballistic. Okay? Again, that is forensic ballistics. So, next. Yung number 51, of course, forum is not a word where the word ballistic came from, because forum, ayan ay word kung saan galing yung term na forensic. Okay? Forensic. Meaning a marketplace. So 50 to 51, letter C and letter D. Next. Number 52 and number 53 refers to the unstable rotating motion of the bullet. Yaw, ricochet, gyroscopic action, or tumbling. Number 53 refers to the nose end rotation of the bullet while in flight. Same choices, yaw, ricochet, gyroscopic action, or tumbling. So for number 52 and number 53, the answers are letter A and letter D. So the unstable rotating motion of the bullet is called yaw. Okay? Kailan nangyayari yung yaw? Kapag nagtra-travel yung bullet nang wala siyang tinatamaan at malayo na yung kanyang distance na tinatravel, nag-uumpisa na siyang mabawasan ng energy. So the rotation or rotating motion of the bullet becomes unstable. Ang tawag doon ay yaw. Yung nose end rotation naman, ang tawag is tumbling. Instead na spinning, yung ikot ng bullet ay parang hélice na, no? Parang hélice. Nose end rotation. So kapag tumama yan sa target ng nose end rotation, nagpo-produce yan ng tinatawag na keyhole shot. Ano yung keyhole shot? Yung pagtama ng bullet sa target ng sideways. Okay? Instead na una muna yung pinaka nguso ng bullet, pahalang siyang tumama because of tumbling motion. At yung hole na nakikreate niya is an oblong shape instead na small circle. Oblong shape ang napoproduce. And that oblong shape is called keyhole shot. Okay? Again, keyhole shot. Next. Number 54 and number 55. The forward motion of the bullet is what? Direct, translational, rotary, or ricochet. Number 55. The branch of ballistics where percussion occurs. Internal, terminal, external, or forensic. So these are two easy questions. 54 and 55. The answers are in both letter A. The forward motion of the bullet is the direct motion of the bullet. At yung branch of ballistic kung saan nangyayari yung percussion, no? Ano ba yung percussion? Yung pag-explode ng priming mixture dahil pinalo siya ng firing pin, and definitely it happens inside the gun. And everything that takes place inside the gun is part of what we call internal ballistic. So the answers are A and letter A. Next items. Okay, so yun nga. External, ballistic naman, it deals with the behavior of the projectile in flight. Kapag lumabas na yung bullet out of the gun while in flight, traveling on air, ang tawag natin dyan, class, ay external, external ballistic or external branch of ballistics. Next. Let us have number 56 and number 57. Refers to the equal opposite action of the gun to the forward movement of the bullet. So, diniscuss natin kanina, no? Ano daw bang tawag doon? Ricochet, jump, recoil, or blowback? And 57, what is the hole drilled in the barrel of the firearm through which the bullet travels when it is fired? So the hole of the barrel is called rifling, chamber, muzzle, or bore. Okay? So, another right answers. The answers are letter C and letter delta. Okay, D. Recoil. Okay, so tama naman yung mga sagot nyo and it was already explained sa mga previous slides. Number 57, it is the bore. Okay, the bore. Yung bore, ayun yung pinaka-passageway, yung pinaka-hole ng barrel kung saan dumadaan, nagta-travel yung bullet. Okay? That is what we call the bore. For proper identification, I want you to look at the photograph or the illustration. Yan. Makikita natin yung iba't ibang part ng bullet ay ng ng barrel of the gun. So eto, showed by the arrow, makikita nyo kasya yung buong ammunition. Okay? Ang tawag dito is chamber. Yung pinakadulo o rear part ng barrel is called chamber. Okay? At eto naman yung tinatawag na bore. Yung pinaka passageway ng bullet kung saan nagta-travel. Inside the bore, makikita natin dyan yung rifling na bumubuo sa lands and grooves. Okay? And yung pinaka-nguso ng or pinakadulo ng barrel of the gun kung saan nare-release yung bullet, okay, is called the muzzle. Diba? Common, naririnig nyo na yung muzzle of the gun was pressed against the head of the victim when it was fired. So, ibig sabihin, yung pinaka, yung pinaka end part ng barrel kung saan the bullet comes out. Okay? Or the bullet is discharged. So, yan yung iba't ibang class. Iba't ibang parts ng barrel. Yung unahan na part ng barrel is the chamber. Yung dulong part is the muzzle. Yung pinaka-open kung saan dumadaan, yung bullet is the bore. At makikita sa loob ng bore yung mga rifling na binubuo ng lands and grooves. Right? So, next, let's talk about malfunction. Pag sinabing malfunction, hindi nagawa ng firearm yung dapat niyang gawin or ine-expect na magawa ng firearm. Ano yun? Mag-discharge ng bullet. So, ano ang mga possible malfunction? Number 1, misfire. Okay? Complete failure to discharge. May ammunition, pinalo ng firing pin yung primer ng ammunition pero hindi nagkaroon ng discharge. Okay? Hindi nag-explode, walang nangyari. Ang tawag ay misfire. On the other hand, meron tayong hang fire. Okay? Failure to discharge or explode on time. So, eto, pumutok naman siya, kaya lang not as expected. Okay? Nagkaroon lang ng delay. So, pagpalo, hindi kaagad pumutok just as we expect it, pero eventually, nag-discharge din ng bullet. So, yun yung tinatawag nating hang fire. Okay? So, next. So, plus, in my watch, it is already 10:18. Okay? So, let's have a 15-minute break. And let's resume after 15 minutes. Okay? So, let's have our short break. Thank you. Okay, so let us continue. Can you hear me? Can someone confirm if they can hear me? Okay, okay. Thank you. So, thank you for the confirmation. Let us now proceed with number 58. Number 58, the farthest distance that the bullet can travel upon discharge from the firearm. So, nakalagay dito farthest, no? Kung gaano raw yung pinakamalayo. So that is that range, letter B, maximum effective range, maximum range, or letter D, trajectory. So the answer for number 58 is letter C, maximum range. Okay? So the maximum range is the farthest that the bullet can reach after it was fired from the gun. So let us discuss the other choices. What about range? Pag sinabing range lang, it refers to the imaginary straight distance between the muzzle of the gun and the target. Okay? Kung gaano kalayo yung distansya ng gun sa target, that is range. And when we say accurate range, the distance within which the shooter or gunner has control of his shot. So the accurate range means it is the distance where the shooter is confident that he can accurately hit the target or that he has still control of his shots. Yun yung accurate range. Yung effective range naman, kailan ba natin masasabing effective ang firearm? Siyempre, kapag na-disabled niya or na-destroy niya yung target. So that is effective range. Meaning to say, pag sinabing effective range, this is the distance when the bullet was fired is still capable of inflicting fatal injury. Okay? So ang tawag ay effective range. So ito yung distansya kung saan yung bullet has enough sufficient energy to inflict injury or fatal injury to the target. So when we say class fatal injury, fatal means that injury that can resort to what? To killing of the person. Okay? Okay, let's continue. Number 59 and number 60. Attributes of terminal ballistic that deals with the precision in hitting the intended target by the projectile. Velocity, energy, accuracy, or penetration. And number 60, it is the ratio of the weight of the lead ball to a pound whose diameter is equal to the barrel's bore. Caliber, gauge, bore diameter, or millimeter. So the answers for number 59 and number 60 are letter C and letter B. So that is accuracy. Paano natin masasabing accuracy? If the bullet holes are close to each other, ibig sabihin nun, that is accurate or precise. Kapag ang mga bullet holes ay far from each other, malayo sa isa't isa, ibig sabihin nun, not accurate, no? Na firing or precision in hitting the target. Okay? So that is terminal accuracy na tinatawag. Yung groupings ng bullet holes on the target. Yun ang basis of accuracy, or precision. Number 60. The one described in number 60 is the gauge. Okay? So yung gauge, ito yung old version ng measurement ng caliber ng barrel ng shotgun or ng bore ng barrel. Okay? So parang caliber din yan, kaya lang ang term ay what? Ang term ay gauge at ang measurement ay weight of the lead ball to a pound whose diameter is equal to the barrel's bore. So, gauge ang ginagamit na measurement pagdating sa mga shotguns barrel. Okay? Pero pag sinabing gauge, ito lang din naman yung measurement ng pinaka-hole or bunganga ng barrel ng shotgun. Okay? Number 61 and number 62. The powder of percussion ignition system of firearm. I hope you will get this right. Aside that it is easy, this is also regularly asked in the board examination. Okay? Calvin Goddard, Roger Bacon, Alexander John Forsyth, or John Browning. Number 62. A firearm that operates like a rifle but with less than 22-inch barrel. So, shotgun, submachine gun, machine gun, or carbine. Number 61 and number 62. The answers are letter C and letter D. So letter C, Alexander John Forsyth is the father of percussion ignition. So si Alexander John Forsyth ang unang nag-introduce ng mga firearm na hindi nilalagyan ng mitya. Okay, kung saan sinasubject na lang yung para mag-explode yung gunpowder sa shock or sa heat. Yan. So, next. Yung rifle naman na mas maikli ang kanyang barrel, less than 22-inch, ang tawag natin dyan is carbine. So, yung carbine, pareho lang yan ng rifle in terms of operation. In terms of the ammunition, pareho lang sila ng rifle. The only difference is the measurement ng barrel. Okay? Mas maikli ang barrel ng carbine. Okay? Less than 22-inch. Next. So, we have here some other personalities na tinanong na rin in the licensure examination. Si John Browning, the wizard of the modern firearms. Si Major Uziel Gall, the one who designed the Uzi, the submachine gun of the Israeli. Si George Hyde, a well-known expert in the field of submachine gun. By the way, submachine gun is otherwise known as grease gun. And of course, ang designer ng AK-47, okay? Si Michael Kalashnikov, at yung designer naman ng counterpart ng AK-47, which is the M16 Armalite, si Eugene Stoner. Okay? Si Henry Diringer, design pocket pistol. Ito yung mga maliliit na pistol that can be hidden inside your pocket or even inside your palm. Okay? So, yung mga ganong klaseng mga design or scale ng mga handguns, tinatawag na yan generally as Derringer. Samuel Colt patented the first practical revolver. So, ang unang patent, nakapag-imbento ng revolver is credited to Samuel Colt. Okay? Next. Now, let's have number 63 and number 64. A firearm utilizing ammunition for handguns that can continuously discharge bullet as long as the trigger is pressed. Okay? Shotgun, submachine gun, machine gun, or carbine. Number 64. A firearm that is designed with multiple chambers. Naku, napakadali niya, no? Pistol, shotgun, revolver, or rifles. So for 63 and number 64, the answers are letter B and letter C. Okay? So, submachine gun. Yung submachine gun, it operates like a machine gun. Meaning, kapag pinress mo ng tuloy-tuloy yung trigger, it will continue on firing. Pero, ang difference niya sa submachine gun is the submachine gun is smaller, lighter, okay? At ang ginagamit na ammunition ng submachine gun ay yung mga ammunition ng handguns. Katulad ng nilalagay or niloload sa pistol, okay? Katulad ng mga niloload sa mga revolvers. So yan yung submachine gun. Next, the firearm with multiple chamber, definitely revolver. Okay? So yung umiikot na part ng revolver, that is called cylinder. Pero yung mga holes kung saan doon nilalagay yung mga ammunitions, okay? Ang tawag naman doon ay chambers. So marami siyang mga chambers. Next. Hindi katulad class ng ano, no? Hindi katulad ng pistol, rifle, isa lang ang pwedeng isa lang ang chamber nila. Isa lang ang chamber nila. Next. Let us discuss number 65 and number 66. A magazine with a maximum capacity of 7 cartridges was the only evidence left at the shooting scene that resulted to the killing of 7 individuals. What firearm could be possibly involved? Okay? So if you will look at the description, yung magazine daw, merong maximum capacity ng 7. Okay? At pumatay din siya or nag-result yon sa killing of 7 individuals. Okay? Ano daw ang maaring firearm na ginamit? Pistol, submachine gun, shotgun, or revolver. Number 66. The following are the advantages of cartridge, except speeded the loading of firearm, avoiding spillage of gunpowder. Soldier carry with them bag of gunpowder and provide uniform charge for every shot. Okay? So alin daw dyan ang hindi advantage ng cartridge? Answer are letter A and letter C. Okay, very good. So letter A, pistol. Okay? So siguro ang pistol na to is yung Colt model, no? Na caliber 45 na 7 ang pwedeng i-load sa magazine or ma-load sa magazine. Okay? Hindi siya submachine gun kasi submachine gun ay mas marami ang kaya niyang or pwede niyang i-load na ammunition. Hindi lang maximum of 7. Hindi rin siya shotgun kasi ang shotgun walang magazine. Okay? Hindi rin siya revolver dahil this is another gun without magazine. Kung saan gumagamit lang siya ng rotating cylinder. Number 66. The answer is letter C. Okay? Soldier carry with them the bag of gunpowder. So ito yung advantage ng cartridge, no? Yung cartridge kasi is unitary. So pag sinabing unitary, magkakasama na yung bullet, yung gunpowder, yung shell sa isang lalagyan. Hindi katulad nung araw, hiwa-hiwalay yan na pinapasok sa firearm. Okay? Kaya ang hindi advantage yan ng modern cartridge is yung letter C, kung saan dati the soldiers need to carry with them bag of gunpowder. Okay? Kasi yung mga gunpowder ngayon is uniformly distributed sa mga ammunitions. Next. Number 67 and number 68. What do you call a firearm in which the caliber is more than 1 inch? Small arms, cannons, artillery, or big guns? Number 68. A firearm capable of firing more than 1 bullets because of the cartridges stored in the handle. Revolver, rifle, pistol, or shotgun. Okay? The answers for number 67 and number 68 are, yes, you're correct, letter C and letter C, artillery and pistol. Okay? So when we say artillery, kapag ang caliber is more than 1 inch. So artillery na yan. Pero yung karaniwang alam natin ng mga caliber na nai-involve sa crime, okay, na subject to forensic firearm identification, karaniwan yung mga yon ay small arms. Kasi hindi siya lumalagpas sa 1 inch ang caliber. Example na mga small arm, .38 caliber, di ba? Hindi siya lumalagpas sa 1 inch kasi nga .38 lang. What else? .22 caliber. Even yung .45 at saka .50 caliber, yung pinakamalaking caliber sa small arms. Okay? So hindi pa rin siya makukonsider na artillery kasi malayo pa siya sa 1 inch. Okay? Number 68. A firearm capable of firing more than 1 bullet because of the cartridge stored in the handle. That is pistol. So sa mga given na firearms, pistol lang naman ang yung kanyang storage ay makikita sa handle or ini-insert sa handle. Hindi yan makikita sa revolver, sa rifle, neither sa shotgun. So therefore, letter C is the answer, pistol. Number 69 or next items. Number 69 and number 70. A firearm's mechanical construction that propels bullet and then reload for every press of the trigger. So what is that? Bolt action, semi-automatic, lever action, or automatic type? Number 70. It serves as the igniter of the cartridge. Bullet, gunpowder, shell, or primer. Okay? The answers, okay, are correct. Letter B and then letter D. Semi-automatic. Pag sinabing semi-automatic, example niyan is how the pistol operate. Di ba? Nag-firing kayo, di ba? So, kada kalabet sa pistol ay a bullet will be discharged. If you want to make another shot, kailangan mong kalabitin ulit yung trigger. Ganon yung semi-automatic. Isang kalabit, isang putok. Okay? Pag sinabi naman natin na automatic, ito yung continuous press of the trigger. The bullet will be continuously discharged from the barrel of the gun. Yun yung automatic. Okay? So, number 70, the igniter of the cartridge, yun, the primer. Kasi kapag pinalo yung primer, that is the time na magsisimula ang ignition. So it is the primer. Answers, letter D and letter D. Next. Some information about cartridge case. Pag sinabi kong cartridge class, it refers to the complete unit. Hindi pa pumuputok na unit. Intact yung bullet and still andun pa yung gunpowder. Okay? At wala pang palo yung primer. So yan ang tinatawag nating cartridge. So what is a cartridge case? The metallic or non-metallic container na made of brass designed to unite the bullet, primer, and the gunpowder into a single unit, otherwise known as shell or casing. So yan yung tinatawag nating cartridge case. It was once asked in the board examination, so it is now included in our rationalization. Next. Number 71. Ito, paulit-ulit kong sinabi to kanina, no? It serves as the propellant of the cartridge. The bullet, the gunpowder, the shell, or the primer. Okay? So the answer is letter boy or bravo, the gunpowder. Next. So kung dinefine natin yung cartridge shell kanina or cartridge case, define naman natin yung bullet. A bullet is any metallic or non-metallic ball which is propelled from the firearm. Okay? So anything that comes out of the firearm is called bullet, technically speaking. Okay? Next. Number 72 and number 73. The specific part of the bullet where the rifling marks can be found. Okay, so ano ba yung part ng bullet? Bullet lang, hindi kasama yung shell. Kung saan makikita yung mga rifling marks. The base, the nose of the bullet, the bearing surface of the bullet, or the ogive. Number 73. Refers to the curved path of the bullet extending from the shoulder towards the nose. The shoulder, the ogive, the head height, or the meplat. So, what are the answers for 72 and 73? We have letter C and letter D. Bearing surface and ogive. So, let me show you where these parts can be found on the bullet. Okay? So, ito yun. So first, this is the bearing surface. Ito yun. Ito yung side or peripheral portion ng bullet. Dito natin, pag pinutok na to, dito natin makikita yung mga rifling marks. At the same time, kapag tiningnan natin sa microscope, dyan din natin makikita yung mga tinatawag nating striations. Okay? So, on the other hand, yung nose, yung ogive, ito naman yun. Ito yung slope or paliit na part ng bullet. Okay? So, this is the ogive. Yung ogive is the place where you can also put markings on the bullet. Another place where you can put markings on the bullet is the base. Okay? So, just a review. Next, number 74 and number 75. A bullet that is covered by copper that prevent it to be dismembered. So this is a bullet with covering. What is that? Jacketed, fragmentary, lead, or incendiary. 75. The specific part of the cartridge that locks the bullet to avoid unnecessary movement or to prevent it from pushing down the shell. Okay, so na-explain yan kanina, no? In one of the items. Mouth, shoulder, canelure, or neck. So next are the answers. For 74, 75, answers are letter A and letter C. We called it as jacketed bullet. Okay? So ito yung may outer covering that makes it harder and hindi siya basta-basta nadideform or nawawala sa shape during impact. Okay? And letter C, we explained that already, canelure. It prevents the bullet from being pushed down inside the shell. Next. Okay, so these are self-explanatory. So let's proceed with the next slide and items. Number 76 and number 77. It serves as the passageway or bridge between the priming mixture and the gunpowder or propellant. Okay, so I also mentioned this in one of the slides. Vent or flash hole, anvil, primer cup, or all of this. Number 77. A cartridge shell in which the diameter of the rim is equal with the diameter of the body of the shell. Equal. Rim, rimless, semi-rim, or rebated. So answers for number 76 and number 77 are letter A and letter B. Vent or flash hole and rimless. Okay? So ito yung diniscuss din natin kanina, no? Yung vent or flash hole kung saan dumadaan yung flame para i-touch or sindihan yung gunpowder. Yung rimless naman, and the other choices will be explained by the next slide. Ayan. So makikita natin dyan yung iba't ibang cartridges. Ito yung tinatawag na rim. So as you notice or as you can see, mas malaki or malapad yung kanyang base kesa sa body of the shell. If the base or the rim is equal in size with the body of the shell, we call it as rimless. If the rim or the base is quite larger than the body of the shell, we call that as semi-rim. Pero pag meron tayong nakitang ring on top of the grooves, ang tawag naman natin dito is belted. But if the rim is smaller or the size of the base is smaller than the body of the shell, it is called rebated. Okay? So, next. Number 78 to number 79. Which of the following is not a chemical component of black powder? So alin daw dito ang hindi part ng chemical na bumubuo sa black powder? Potassium nitrate, sulfur, carbon, or nitrocellulose. Number 79. The sensitive material of the primer that ignites by percussion. So what is the chemical na nasa loob ng primer na sensitive sa shock? Na kapag napalo or na-crush, nag-i-ignite or nagpo-produce ng flame. What do you call that chemical? Priming cup, priming mixture, disc, or anvil? Answers for number 78 and 79 are letter D, and letter B. Okay? Nitrocellulose is not among the chemicals of black powder. Nitrocellulose is a chemical which is part of the smokeless powder. Yan. And for number 79, letter B, priming mixture. So yung priming mixture, ito yung konting chemical na nilalagay sa primer na kapag na-crush, okay, nag-i-spark siya at yung spark ang ginagamit para sindihan yung gunpowder. Okay? So, next items. Before that, let me discuss the composition of the black powder since it was included in the question. So the black powder is made from saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. While the modern powder or gunpowder is the smokeless, composed of nitrocellulose, nitroglycerin, and other components. Okay? So, explosive. May dalawa tayong klaseng explosive class. We have low and high. Yung low explosives, ito yung mga nilalagay or ginagamit na gunpowder. While yung high explosive, this consists of two parts. The primary, designed to ignite, or what we call the primer. Ito yung mga detonation cord. At yung secondary, the explosive talaga. This is the one designed to explode. So, yan ang dalawang uri ng explosive. Anyway, yung explosive na yan is also part ng discussion about forensic chemistry. So number 80 to number 81. A type of primer with an anvil attached to the shell of the cartridge case and equipped with two flash holes. Okay? So meron siyang dalawang flash holes. What kind of primer is that? Rimfire, Boxer, Centerfire, or Berdan? Number 81. The transmission of an electrical signal from a logging unit, the logging cable to a blasting cap, and it happens when high explosive is ignited. So pag sumabog ang isang high explosive, ang isang bomba, yung pagsabog niya is what? Deflagration, detonation, explosion, or fragmentation. So technically, what do we call it? For number 80 and number 81, yes, the answers are letter D and letter B. So we call it as Berdan sa number 80. Dalawa yung flash holes. Okay? At yung anvil niya ay nasa shell. Pag isa lang ang flash hole, ang tawag naman natin dyan class ay boxer. Yung anvil ng boxer is nasa primer, wala sa shell. Okay? In short, kabaligtaran ng boxer in terms of characteristics ang Berdan na type of primer. So, for number 81, we'll proceed to the next slide for the explanation. So, deflagration. Combustion process propagates outward at subsonic speed. Ibig sabihin, slower than speed of sound. Example nito is the gunpowder of the firearm. Kapag pinaputok mo yung firearm, ang tawag doon sa explosion na yon ay deflagration. Okay? Pero kapag ang pinasabog mo ay bomba, ang explosion na yon ay tinatawag na detonation. It moves outward at supersonic speed. Mas mabilis pa sa speed of light. Example ng mga nagkukos ng detonations are bombs like or explosives like TNT, C4, dynamite, or picric acid. So, again, deflagration para sa mga firearm, detonation para sa mga known explosives. Next. Let's go to number 82 and then number 83. Which of the following is not a class characteristic? So, alin daw dito ang hindi class characteristic? Ibig sabihin, individual characteristic. Twist of rifling, firing pin impression, caliber, or the number of lands and grooves. 83. A firearm with 6 lands and grooves, left twist, and the groove are twice wider in width. So, anong klaseng barrel characteristic yan? Stir type, Webley type, Colt type, or Browning type? I suggest na do not forget this topic to be included in your review kasi almost all board exam there is a question about this. Okay? So be familiar with this topic. The answers are letter B and letter C. Firing pin impression. So take note, firing pin impression is an individual characteristics that can be found sa shell. Okay? Sa shell. Kasama na yung kanyang other individual characteristics na breech face markings. Yan. And for number 83, 6 lands and grooves, left twist is Colt type of barrel. So letter C is the answer. If you want to remember yung iba pang mga characteristics, so it is presented on the next slide. So types of rifling, stair type, 4 lands and grooves, right twist, and the grooves are equal in width with the lands. Carbine type, 4 lands and grooves, right twist, and the grooves is 2 times in width than or compare to the lands. Smith and Wesson, 5 lands and grooves, right twist, and the grooves is equal with the land. Colt, that was the answer to the question. Browning, also 6 lands and groove, right twist, and the groove is twice wider than the land. Webley, 7 lands and groove, right twist, and the groove is 3 times larger or broader than the lands. And Winchester, 6 lands and grooves, right twist, and the width of the grooves is 3 times larger than the width of the lands. Okay? So I hope you have enough time in your review para ma-memorize or matandaan yung mga rifling characteristics na yan. That is very important. Next. Number 84 and number 85. The firearm characteristics that are random in nature, that are caused by machine imperfections and wear or tear of firearm parts. Okay? So general, individual, class, or subclass characteristics. Number 85. The markings produced by contact between 2 moving surfaces of the firearm and bullet. So, ano raw yung markings na mapoproduce ng 2 moving parts, okay, or moving surfaces of the firearm? So, impression, impress, engrave, embossed, or striations. Number 84 to number 85, the answers are letter B and letter D, individual characteristics. Okay? Pag sinabing random in nature class, wala sa control ng manufacturer ng barrel yung design or yung pattern ng tinatawag nating individual characteristics. Okay? So, number 85, ang tawag naman natin dyan ay striations. Again, pag sinabi nating striation, gasgasan, no? Ng dalawang moving surfaces inside the gun. So, in English, scratches. Next. Number 86. Conversion ulit. But this time, caliber to millimeter. By the way, class, pag sinabi nating caliber, that is measurement in inches. Okay? So, 45 caliber is equivalent into how many millimeter? So, for the conversion, the answer for 86, yes, you're correct. The answer is letter B, 11.43 millimeter. Okay, 11.43 millimeter. So, what about the others? What about the others, class? Yung 12.7 millimeter, you're correct. That is 50 caliber. 9.65, that is 9 millimeter or 38 caliber. Yung 5.56 is equivalent to close to 22 millimeter. Okay, so complete. Next, number 87. The main area of examination among fired bullets for the purpose of firearm identification. Okay? So, anong part daw sa bullet ang excuse me, kinakandakan ng examination for the purpose of firearm identification? Landmark, striation mark, groove marks, or skid marks? So, the answer, yes, you're correct. The answer is letter B, is striations. So again, let me repeat. Pag examination under microscope, pag bullet, striation. Pag shell, firing pin impression, and breech face markings. Okay, so here are the other markings that can be found on fired bullets. First is the landmark and the groove marks. Alam naman natin yan, di ba? Kasi ang landmarks and groove marks ay yan yung rifling, composed of lands and grooves. What about skid marks? Skid marks are generally found on fired bullet from a revolver. It is more or less located at the anterior portion of the fired bullet due to the forward movement of the chamber to the barrel of the gun before it initially rotate. Okay? So ang tatandaan nyo dyan sa skid mark, yung forward movement of the bullet nang hindi pa siya nag-i-spin or nagro-rotate. So we call that as skid marks. Parang ano lang din, no? Parang sa gulong, di ba? Skid marks din ang tawag natin doon. Yung marka na ginagawa ng gulong kapag umistop siya from from spinning. Okay? Stripping marks. Marks found on bullet fired from a loose fit barrel. So pag maluwag at hindi akma yung size ng barrel with the caliber of the bullet, okay? Ang tawag natin dyan ay stripping marks. So, bakit maluwag yung ano, no? Bakit maluwag yung barrel of the gun o hindi siya nagpipit? It might be because of the the barrel is already worn out. Nawo-worn out yung barrel by corrosion or by erosion. So diniscuss na natin yan kanina, no? Yung erosion is the mechanical sa daming bullets na nag-pass through the inside of the barrel or the bore. At yung corrosion naman, yung chemical action na nangyayari. Okay? Na nagkukos ng kalawang at kinakain yung internal wall ng barrel. Number 5 is shaving marks. Marks commonly found on bullet fired from a revolver caused by forward movement to the barrel that is poorly aligned to the cylinder. Okay? So kung titingnan nyo yung, kung ipipicture nyo yung mekanismo ng revolver class, hindi magkadugtong yung barrel of the gun at saka yung chamber niya. Yung chamber niya kasi umiikot di ba? So hindi siya magkadugtong. Pag nagkaroon ng problem in the alignment, hindi properly aligned yung chamber at saka yung barrel, okay? So nagkakaroon ng tinatawag nating shaving marks. Anong nangyayari sa shaving marks? Yung bullet ay natatapyasan. Okay? So we call that as shaving marks. Slippage marks. Fired bullet found or passes through either oily or oversized barrel. So kapag ang bullet ay dumaan sa oily or oversized barrel, we call that as slippage marks. Okay? Next. Number 88 to number 89. The main area of examination among fired shell, okay, for the purpose of firearm identification. So it was mentioned many times during the rationalization, no, of other numbers. Extractor and ejector marks, firing pin and breech face marks, chamber and pivot marks, magazine lip mark, and extractor mark. 89. What is the part of the firearm that pulls fired shell out of the chamber? Okay. Ejector, cylinder release, magazine release, or extractor. So, ito raw ang nagtatanggal ng empty shell after it was fired from the chamber so that it can be replaced by a new one. Okay, for 88 and 89, what are the answers? Answers are letter B and letter D. Firing pin and breech face markings, because we are talking about the shell as stated in the question. In number 89, ayun, ang tawag natin dyan is extractor. Okay, extractor. The part of the firearm that pulls out empty shells from the chamber after firing. Next. Number 90 to number 91. What is that part that throws fired shell out of the firearm? Okay, ito naman, ano raw yung part na nagtatapon palabas ng empty shell ng barrel? Ejector, cylinder release, magazine release, or extractor. Number 91. A fired bullet should be marked at any of the following except saan hindi dapat lagyan ng marking ang isang fired bullet which will be used as evidence. The base, the ogive, nose, or bearing surveys. Okay, so 90 and 91, the answers are correct. Letter A and letter D. Ejector. Kapag ang shell or tinatanong ang part ng firearm na nagtatapon palabas ng firearm ng shell, ejector. Kapag ang part ng firearm na bumubunot sa shell palabas ng chamber, okay? Ang tawag naman natin doon ay extractor. In number 91, You should not put markings on the bearing surface kasi yan ay place of examination. Diyan natin makikita yung rifling mark at sa rifling mark makikita yung mga striation pattern that can identify the firearm where it was fired. So, it's a big mistake kapag diyan ka naglagay ng markings. Next. Number 92 and number 93. The fired shells should be marked at any of the following except, ito naman, ang pinag-uusapan naman natin dito instead of bullet ay shell naman. Saan siya dapat hindi i-mark? At the side or the body, at the primer, near the mouth, or none of the above. Number 93, an instrument considered as the backbone of the firearm identification. Shadow graph, comparison microscope, bullet recovery box, or stereoscopic microscope. Right? For 92 and 93, the answers are okay, letter B and letter D, primer. So do not put markings on the primer of the shell. Kasi nga, diyan makikita yung firing pin impression at saka breech face marking. In short, that is the area of examination when it comes to fired shells. Kaya, again, just like in the bullet, it is a big mistake to put your marking on that portion of the shell. Number 93, pag sinabi kasing backbone class, ibig sabihin, this is the most important, no? The laboratory of firearm examiner will not function without that instrument. And definitely, that is comparison microscope. Walang ballistic department, walang ballistic laboratory na walang comparison microscope. Okay? Kasi yung final determination or identification ng bullet or shell ay ginagawa under the microscope. So that's the reason why it is the most important. Next. Number 94. Number 94. The part of the firearm that closes the rear part of the chamber. Okay? So, ano daw ang nagko-close ng chamber? Ano daw yung nagko-close ng chamber? Hammer, breech bolt, firing pin, or muzzle? So, the answer is letter B. We call that as breech block or we call it as breech bolt. Okay? So kapag nasa loob na yung cartridge ng chamber, okay? Ang nagsasara ng chamber is yung breech block or breech bolt. Depende sa shape, no? Kapag breech block, ito yung square shape. Pag breech bolt, ito yung cylinder shape. Next, number 95. By the way, additional information about the topic. Breech face is the flat surface of the breech block that closes the rear of the chamber. So yung pinaka-part ng breech block or breech bolt na direktang nagsasara ng chamber is the breech face. Right? Okay. Number 95. Number 95. The markings on bullet considered as the most common reference used by investigator for comparison and identification purposes that is primarily caused by travel along the barrel. What do you call that? Markings. Friction, tool marks, impression, or pressure marks. Yes, the answer is letter A. We call that as friction marks. Okay? So remember, gumagasgas yung gilid ng bullet sa wall ng chamber habang nagta-travel siya. Okay? At yung mga scratches na yon ang ginagamit for examination. And those are friction marks. Next. Okay. So, that was the last question pala. That was the last question for the forensic ballistic subject. So the next set of questions will be about question document. Okay, in question document, there will be 17 questions. So 17 questions ang bubuo sa 100 items na exam nyo sa board in forensic science area. Okay. So these 17 items will be coming from the following. First, the principle of identification and examination of standards and question documents. So dapat maging knowledgeable kayo sa role ng standard at saka ng question document. There will be 2 questions about that. Number 2, apply the protocol in the selection and the examination of standards and question documents. So ano-ano yung mga ways of conducting examination between standard and unknown or question documents. Number 3, the technique in restoring and deciphering erasure, obliteration in the handwriting. So ano-ano ba yung mga techniques na ginagawa or pwedeng gamitin sa pag-examine ng mga erasure, obliteration, signature, and others. 4 questions. Utilize the different equipment, 4 questions. And prepare a document examination report, that is also 4 questions. Okay? So ito yung specification ng PRC para sa subject na question document. Okay? So let's get started. The next set of questions will be questions about this subject. Okay. Number 96. Number 96. This is useful for opacity test for papers. Again, this is useful for the opacity test for papers. Transmitted light, ultraviolet, infrared, or oblique light. Pag sinabi nating opacity test, kung gaano karaming light ang pwedeng mag-penetrate sa paper, kung gaano karaming light ang pwedeng tumagos sa paper. Okay? So, anong light examination ang gagawin or pwedeng gamitin? Transmitted light, ultraviolet light, infrared radiation, or oblique light. So the answer is letter A, transmitted light. Okay? So pag sinabi nating transmitted light, naglalagay ka ng ilaw behind or below the paper. So you can see how much light can be allowed to pass through the paper. Okay? So next, ang tawag natin ng class ay opacity test. Okay. So, since nabanggit natin yung transmitted light, ano pa ba yung pwedeng applyan yan? This is useful in thickness determination para malaman din kung gaano kakapal yung paper, and also useful in the examination of watermarks. Okay? Gumagamit din tayo class ng transmitted light para makita yung watermark sa paper. What is watermark? These are the translucent design imprinted on paper by the Dandy roll during the time of the manufacture. This is useful in document in age determination. Okay? So, first, yung watermark, siguro na-explain ko na to last time. example niyan yung shadow image sa pera, no? Makikita mo lang kapag tiningnan mo yung pera against the light. Okay? At ang watermark, iba-iba yung design niyan. Iba-iba yung design niyan kada period. Kaya malalaman mo yung age ng paper depende sa design ng watermarks. Oblique light. The source of light is placed at the side of the document at a 45-degree angle, otherwise known as side light examination. So pag sinabi nating oblique light, nasa gilid yung light at a very low angle. Again, at a very low angle. So saan ginagamit ang oblique light? This is useful in erasure or determination of the place of erasure. Okay? Lalo na yung mga erasure na ginawa sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng rubber eraser. So nakikita natin kung saang portion sa document nagkaroon ng erasure sa pamamagitan ng oblique light kasi na-highlight yung mga disturbed fibers. Okay? Next. Direct light examination. The source of light is on top of the paper. Next. Infrared. Saan ginagamit ang infrared sa question document? O kailangan medyo tandaan nyo to class kasi nakalagay yan sa TOS, di ba? Yung mga test na ginagamit sa question document. Infrared, obliterated writing. Ano yung obliterated writing? Yung writing ay tinakpan para hindi makita. So the original writing can be recovered using infrared. Soil document. Okay? So pag sinabi nating soil document, na mantsahan yung document. Aside from question document, ginagamit din ng infrared sa gunpowder or di kaya kapag ang document is burned document or sunog na. Okay? Or charred na tinatawag. So, ang application dyan is still infrared. Remember. Next, ultraviolet. Ang ultraviolet is applicable for chemical erasure. Also, ultraviolet is for erase writing. Other than question document, sa forensic chemistry, ginagamit din ng ultraviolet para makita yung mga seminal stain. Ginagamit din siya para ma-identify yung mga precious stone. Okay? So, meron naman tayong mga alam na stone, no? Mga ruby, ganon. So, presence of fluorescence powder. So, ginagamitan din niya ng ultraviolet. Ano ba yung fluorescence powder? Yung nilalagay na mga powder sa marked money. Okay? So, kung saan, kumakapit yun sa kamay, unnoticed by the suspect. So kapag tinapat yung kamay niya sa UV light, nag-fluoresce or nag-glow yung mga powder na yan, suggesting that the hands of that suspect comes in contact with the marked money. And also microscopic examination. So ginagamitan din natin yung mga writings kasi maliliit lang yung writings, di ba? So we can clearly see the details of writing using microscopic examination. Next. Okay, number 97. Number 97. A kind of document that contains some changes like addition or deletion. Klaseng document yan. Altered, erased, obliterated, or disputed. Pag mayroong mga changes, the answer for 97 is letter A. Okay? We call that as altered document. So remember class, ang meaning ng alteration is any changes, okay, that affect the original content of the document. Kapag nagbago ka at nabago yung meaning ng document, that is alteration. Next. Related discussion to that topic, mechanical erasure at saka chemical erasure ang dalawang uri ng erasures. So pag sinabing mechanical, that is with the use of rubber eraser. Okay? Pag sinabi namang chemical, with the use of ink eradicator. Ano naman yung obliteration? Obliteration is otherwise known as smeared over writing. Kinokoveran mo yung original writing. Okay? Indentation. Ito yung bakat because of the pressure applied by the writer to the documents or to the papers below the paper kung saan siya nagsusulat. Ang tawag dyan ay indentations. Canals-like structure or partial depression forms on the surface of the paper below the original writing. Yung contact writing, ano naman yan? Ito yung writing made from fresh ink. Okay? Masyadong matinta na writing instrument. Tapos, nagkaroon siya ng contact with other paper at nalipat yung writing to the other paper. So, we call that as contact writing. Minsan, tinatawag din nila yung class na mirror writing. Okay? Next. What is the difference between decipherment and restoration? So, may mga questions na rin ganyan sa board exam, no? Pag sinabing decipherment, the process of making clear what is otherwise is illegible or what is not visible to the naked eye or indistinct. Okay? So, decipherment, kapag nakikita mo lang siya kung meron kang gagawin na method. Halimbawa, i-radiate mo lang siya ng ultraviolet at habang naka-expose siya sa ultraviolet, nakikita mo yung writing. Pag nawala na yung ultraviolet, hindi mo na siya ulit makikita. Ang tawag doon ay decipherment. Yung restoration, the process by which the writing is brought out again. Ito permanent mo nang, kaya nga tinawag na restoration. Permanent mong na-recover yung writing na na-erase. Okay? So sa decipherment, parang pinapasilip lang sa'yo, pero sa restoration, na-recovered mo totally ulit yung erased writing. Okay? So do not forget those two words. Number 98 and number 99. Label the container containing the question document blank packaging. Prior, after, during, or before, during, and after. Number 99, pen emphasis. The act of intermittently forcing the pen against the paper surface with an increased pressure. So yun ang pen emphasis, no? Pag sinabing pen emphasis, ito yung mga ito yung mga increase ng pressure sa pagsusulat mo or habang ikaw ay nagsusulat. Okay? What is pen pressure? Removing or lifting the writing instrument, average force applied by the writer, involves the manner of holding the writing instrument or gap in writing caused by defective instrument. The answers are 98 and 99. Yes, letter A and letter B. Prior. So bago mo ilagay yung question document sa loob ng envelope, markahan mo muna yung envelope para hindi magkaroon ng indentions or indentations. Hindi bumakat yung pressure doon sa document habang nasa loob ng envelope. So prior. Okay? At yung pen pressure naman is the average force. Yung pangkaraniwan na pressure na ginagamit mo in writing, ang tawag dyan ay pen pressure. Pero yung biglang diin, yung tinatawag na increased pressure, we call that as pen emphasis. Okay, next. So, related to that discussion, no, or related to that topic, yung mga terminologies na to. Pen lift, a gap caused by removing or lifting the writing instrument while writing. So, nagkakaroon ng pagputol sa line of writing kasi tinanggal yung writing instrument ng writer. Ang tawag dyan ay pen lift. Okay? So, what is pen position? Pen position is pen hold. The way that the writer holds the pen to the writing surface. Yung angle ng pen in relation to the writing surface is called pen position. Okay? Please remember that. And hiatus or hiatus. Hiatus is a gap in writing caused by defective instrument or speed applied in writing. Take note, without lifting the writing instrument. So, do not be confused with pen lift and hiatus. Pag sinabi nating hiatus, natigil yung line of writing, yung pagsusulat, nagkaroon ng stop, nagkaroon ng gap. Okay? Hindi dahil inangat yung pen, but because yung writing instrument is defective. Okay? So, halimbawa, yung writing instrument, putol-putol yung ink na, yung pagsusupply or flow ng ink. Kaya nagkaroon ng interruption in stroke. Ang tawag ay hiatus. Take note, pag hiatus, may gap, but without lifting the writing instrument. And pen pressure, diniscuss na natin kanina yan, no? The physical force applied in contact of the writing instrument on the paper, which can be estimated from the question document. Number 100. At least how many exemplars should be collected to attain a sound conclusion? Okay? So, pag sinabi nating exemplars, ito yung mga best of the best na standards na pwedeng gamitin in comparison with the question document. How many? 5, 4, 6, or 3? So, ang question is at least. The answer is, for number 100, the answer is letter D. At least 3 exemplars. Okay? So, before we have our break, i-discuss ko lang to, no? Yung iba't ibang klase ng writing. This guy's writing, I think you know this. This is a writing in which the writer tried to change his own writing to hide his identity. So para hindi makilala ang isang tao sa kanyang sulat, intentionally niyang, deliberately niyang binabago or iniiba. Natural writing, kabaligtaran ng disguised writing. Ito yung writing na wala kang intention na baguhin. That's why it is called natural. Okay? And also, pag sinabi natin class na natural writing, ito yung writing na napoproduce mo unconsciously. Okay? Unconsciously. Alteration, we defined that already. Guided writing. Yung guided writing, it is a type of writing produced by combination of two and cooperation of two hands and two minds. Kasi kapag sinabing guided writing, someone else is holding the hand of the writer. So merong humahawak doon sa hand ng writer at siya yung nagmo-move para mag-produce ng writing process. We call that as guided or assisted writing. So are we good? I think the next one is 101, but it's already near 12 o'clock. So let's have our lunch break. Okay, and be back, or let us resume at around 1 to 1:15. Okay, so thank you and see you later. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can someone confirm? Okay, so thank you. Thank you for those who responded. So let's have the continuation of our discussion. We are now in question document and item 101. Okay, so the question document is otherwise known as simulated document, falsified document, disputed or forged document. So of course, the other term for question document is, yes, letter C, that is disputed document. So when we say disputed document, it means doubtful, okay? Document with doubt or suspicious document. Yan. So next. Okay, let's 102 and 103. What is the object of examination in a holograph document? Signature, writings, date, or the entire document. And 103, if spurious signature is otherwise known as simple forgery, simulated forgery is what? Simple forgery, duplicated forgery, traced or copied forgery. Okay? So for 102 and 103, the answers are, okay, you're correct. The answers are letter D and letter D. So just like how we discussed it, pag sinabi nating holograph document, the entire document is in question. Okay, the entire document is in question. And the definition of holograph document, di ba? It is a document written, dated, and signed by one person. Okay? So in 103, simulated forgery is otherwise known as copied forgery. Ito yung pagpo-forge ng signature via freehand. Okay? So as we describe it, these are those performed by forgers with golden hands. Ayan ang simulated or copied forgery. Next. So, what about the other forgeries aside from the simulated? Pag sinabi nating simple forgery, there is no attempt to make a copy or facsimile of the genuine signature. Ito yung klase ng forgery na walang attempt na kopyahin yung actual or original na itsura ng genuine signature. On the other hand, yung trace forgery naman, this is produced by tracing process with the aid of model signature. So ang ginagamit dito is drawing process because when it comes to trace forgery, it is more on following a pattern. Okay? So the trace forgery can be performed by carbon process, indentation process, or by projection or transmitted light process. Okay, so let's proceed to 104 to 105. How should a wet document be collected? Okay, in case the document is wet, what should be done? First, or letter A, dry it first. Letter B, collect it while it's still wet. Letter C, collect it while still wet and put water to its container. And letter D, immediately put adhesive transparent tapes on it to prevent disintegration. 105. Previous and present writings of a person will show differences upon comparison due to letter A, transitory changes, letter B, tremors, letter C, habits, or letter D, variations. Okay? So anong changes yung cause ng old writings at saka present writings? Okay? 104, 105. The answers are letter A and letter D. Okay, so dry it first kapag yung document is a wet document. And letter D, variations ang tawag doon. Okay, so next. Yung transitory changes na isa sa mga given choices, those changes which continue only while the basic cause is affecting the writer. Okay? So ito yung mga panandalian or temporary na pagbabago sa quality ng writing ng isang tao because of a certain factor. Okay? So pag nawala na yung factor na yon, nagre-resume yung normal qualities ng kanyang sulat. That is transitory change or changes. Pagdating naman sa tremors, a writing weakness portrayed by irregular shaky stroke. Yan. Meron dalawang klase ng tremor. Alam naman natin, pag sinabing tremor, ito yung mga wavering na strokes in writing. Okay? Pag sinabing wavering, meaning the strokes lack smoothness. And there are two kinds of that. We have genuine, age, weakness, and illiteracy. So ang cause ng weakness in writing is natural. Okay? Like getting older, getting weaker, or without proper education. Another is tremors of fraud. Ito naman yung tremors caused by hesitation because of what? Trying to copy an unfamiliar writing pattern. So, another is variations. Ito naman yung sagot kanina. These are natural changes, alterations, and modification in the normal formation of the alphabetical characters. Nangyayari yung variations class kapag nag-undergo ng repetitions yung ating pagsusulat. Okay? So pag paulit-ulit tayo nagsulat class, yung mga writings that we produce are not actually identical to each others. Meron silang mga changes, meron silang mga differences, at ang cause nun ay tinatawag nating natural cause or natural variations. Okay? Let's move to 106. 106, define an introductory backward strokes. Okay? Retracing, hitch, retouching, or pen lifting. The introductory backward stroke is letter B. It is called hitch. Okay? You're correct. Letter B, hitch. So, what about the other choices? What about the other choices? Yung retracing, ito yung going back to another stroke. Ibig sabihin, the strokes that crosses another stroke or the strokes that overlap another strokes. Okay? Yung retouching naman, this is going back also to the defective portion of writing. Okay? So to fix it, kapag may problema sa writing, you return to that portion and try to fix the problem. Okay, ang tawag dyan ay retouching or patching. Yung pen lip that has been already discussed, okay, sa previous items. So, aside from the hitch, there are still others na worthy of remembering, no? For example, yung arc, the inner portion of the outer curve, ang kabaligtaran niyan is the hump, the outer portion of the outer curve. Okay? The beard is otherwise known as double hitch, refers to the up and down stroke, while the central part of the body is the circular part of the letter that touches the baseline. Diacritic is something added to complete the letter, katulad nung I dots, di ba? T bar at saka J dots. So yan mga examples natin ng diacritic. Whirl refers to the long upward stroke, while the opposite of whirl is the shank stem, which refer to the long downward stroke. The eye loop or the eyelet is the small circle or oblong stroke that can be found inside the letter. Okay, common yan sa mga letter O, lalo na or most especially in cursive writing. So next, 107 to 108. Which of the following genuine signatures should not be used for comparison purposes during document examination? Letter A, collected specimen of signature, requested specimen of signature, model signature, or evidentiary signature. 108, contemporary handwriting standards means the age of the standard should be within how many years? 12, 10, 8, or 5 years. So 17, 108. The answers are yes, letter C and letter D. Okay? Model signature. Bakit hindi siya pwedeng gamiting standard, no? Kasi ang model signature ay ang tawag natin sa mga signature na ginagamit na pattern para sa trace forgery, okay, at saka copied forgery. At yung date ng standard should be at least 5 years, okay, with the date of the question document. So do not forget that. Next. So we have here in the next slide the definition of exemplar, the standards for use or purpose process of comparison. As we discussed class, 3 or more ang kailangan na dami ng exemplar. While the standard are those we use to compare with the question document, the standards are known writing, the origin can be known and also can be proven. Okay, next. So 109 to 110. Request handwriting specimen from the subject shall be done by letter A, allowing the subject to copy a selected set of writing. Letter B, allowing the subject to write what is being dictated. Or letter C, allowing the subject to write anything he wants. Or letter D, allowing the subject to copy the content of the question document. 110. A written material that provides information and that can serve as an official record. So what are the answers to these questions or to these items? So we have letter B and letter D. Allowing the subject to write what is being dictated. Okay, so pag kumukuha ka ng specimen directly coming from the suspect or from the subject, you do it by way of dictation. Okay, you do it by way of dictation. And what is described in 110 is the so-called report. Okay, report gives information and also serve as an official record. Next. (111). This involves the observation, measurement, or determination of properties of the writing characteristics. So what is that? Evaluation, examination, analysis or recognition, or comparison. So the answer is letter C, analysis or recognition. Okay? So yung analysis and recognition, this is the first step in the examination of or scientific examination of handwriting. Okay? What follows? Comparison. Pagkatapos mong ma-analyze, the next is comparison. Properties or characteristics of the unknown are determined through analysis, are now compared with the familiar or recorded properties. So comparison, gumagamit tayo dito ng standard na nagiging basis natin for comparison. And the last is evaluation. Pagkatapos mong ma-evaluate, magbibigay ka ngayon ng interpretation. Okay? So here, yung result ng comparison ay bibigyan mo ng value for identification. Okay? So yung weight ng binigay mong identification will be considered sa pagkukonclude. The definition of examination is the act of making close and critical study of any material with question document is the process necessary to discover the facts about them. Next. Number 112. A person denied that he issued a check containing a signature which is very similar in size and in shape when compared to his genuine signature. This can be a case of what? Simple forgery, simulated forgery, trace forgery, or copied forgery. Okay? So the answer for 112 is letter C. It is trace forgery. Okay? So masasabi nating trace forgery kasi the signatures are very similar in size and in shape. Diba? So walang dalawang signature that are exactly the same kasi meron tayong pinapakitang tinatawag na, as we discuss it, natural variations in our writings. Okay? Kaya imposible. So therefore, kung meron ganyan na completely identical to each other na mga writings or signatures, they are product of trace forgery. Next. 113 refers to the factors and circumstances that affect the writer's ability to write. Okay? So what is that? All the factors that may affect the writers, okay, while writing is called letter A, writing condition, letter B, pen hold, letter C, pen pressure, or letter D, muscular habits and coordination. Okay? Yes, the answer is letter A. It's called writing condition. Okay? So, next. Yung writing condition pala, no? Factors yan na pwedeng sa writer mismo. Halimbawa, meron siyang sakit. Okay? Or factors yan na caused by the environment. Okay? Halimbawa, nagsusulat siya habang nasa loob ng moving vehicle. So, yan ay part pa rin ng tinatawag nating class na writing conditions. Next. So, those two have been discussed already. So, let's proceed to the next two items, 114 and 115. The inventor of the fountain pen designed to allow air to induce a steady and even flow of ink. Si Petrache Poenaro, Julius Parker, John Lloyd, or Lewis Waterman. Number 115. The following are proofs of genuine writing except alin dito ang hindi proof ng genuine writing? Ink failure, abbreviated forms, illegible forms, or unnatural pen lift. Okay? So for these two items, the answers are both letter D. So the inventor of the fountain pen is Lewis Waterman. Okay? And unnatural pen lift. Yung indication ng genuine, exception, hindi siya indication ng genuine writing. Okay? So ano ba yon? Nag-pen lift siya doon sa part ng mga writing that's supposed to be written continuously. Okay? So yun yung mga unnatural. Next. So these are the contribution of the other choices. So si Petrache Poenaro, world's first patent of the fountain pen, okay, was awarded by the French government, but mas mabisa, mas magaling yung ginawa ni Lewis Waterman. Okay? Si George Stafford Parker founded the Parker Pen Company. Isa yan sa mga branded, no? Isa sa mga branded top quality na writing instrument even at the present time. Next. Okay. So let me include also in the discussion itong mga tungkol sa typewriting. Okay? So yung mga defects sa typewriting. So we have horizontal alignment defects. Instead na sa proper place, napiprint yung letter or character at the right or left of the proper position. Ang tawag natin ay horizontal alignment defect. Pag vertical alignment defect, instead na sa proper position, napiprint yung letter above or below the proper position. So that is vertical alignment. Pag character printing or off its feet, the ink is heavier on one side. Okay? So yung printing is mas kapal ang ink on one side compared to the other. Sa mga typeface defects naman, yung twisted letter, instead na straight yung letter, twisted siya. Ibig sabihin naka-incline. Okay? Nakatabingi. On the other hand, yung rebound, it prints double impression. Yung actual breakage, merong damage doon sa character, may cut, at yung clog typeface naman, yung mga space niya is filled with lint, dirty, or ink. Okay? So, I hope you still remember that, but to help you remember, ito yung mga examples natin. No? Pag sinabing horizontal alignment, instead sa gitna, nasa gilid or magkabilang gilid. Pag vertical, instead sa gitna, printed above or below. Pag character printing, heavier ang printing on one side. Pag twisted letter, the letters is not straight. Pag rebound, yung letters are with double printing or double impression. Yung actual breakage may mga cut. Okay? Yung clog typeface yung mga space niya are filled with ink. So next. These are the parts of the typewriter, the platen. Okay, so cylindrical backing of the typewriter which absorb the blow of the type bar. So ito yung sangkalan, no? Dito dito nilalapat yung paper. Dito diyan nilalapat yung paper. Elite and pica characters. So important also, the characters are spaced 12 inch per horizontal inch. Pagkasya ang 12 characters sa 1 inch, ang tawag natin dyan ay elite. Pagkasya naman ang 10 characters per inch, ang tawag naman natin ay pica. Okay? So what is typeface? Typeface is the printing surface of the type block. Yun yung part ng typewriter kung saan naka-emboss yung character. Okay? Next. 116. 116. A written presentation of thought by which an obligation is established. Certification, contract, document, or record. So the answer for 116 is letter B. It is called contract. Okay? So, di ba, ang contract is the, what do you call this? It is where you put into writing your agreement, your thought, okay, or obligations. So, next. Let's have 117 and 118. A forensic document examiner may provide expert opinion with regard to the following, except alin dyan ang hindi trabaho ng isang document examiner. Whether the document is forged, whether the document is authentic or genuine, whether a suspect is guilty of forgery, or whether the document is altered or not. Okay, 118. An NBI clearance is what type of document? Public document, official, private, or commercial document. All right? So the answers to these items are, okay, so letter C and letter B. So letter C, whether suspect is guilty of forgery. Hindi si document examiner ang magsasabi niya, no? Kundi si judge na nag-handle ng case ng forgery. Okay? On the other hand, yung NBI clearance is an official document. Why? Because only the NBI can issue that and no other offices or no other department of the government can issue that. Okay? So kapag ganun ang document, di ba? Ang tawag natin diyan ay official document. Next. So siguro it is important to include in our discussion the legal definition of document. Ang legal document daw is any written statement by which a right is established or an obligation is extinguished. Okay? Or every deed or instrument executed by person by which some disposition or agreement is proved, evidence, or set forth. So legal daw ang document class kapag nagbibigay siya ng right or obligation or merong mga nakasaad na disposition or agreement doon sa document. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, class, kapag ang document is a legal document, meron mga liabilities meron kang mga liabilities na matatanggap kapag ginawan mo ng krimen itong mga documents na to. Okay? Ano yung mga hindi legal documents? So, draft if not yet approved by proper authority. Okay, so yung mga draft na hindi pa approved or signed, hindi pa legal document yan. Blank forms, at saka yung mga merchandise na tinatawag natin. Okay, yung mga books, pamphlets, even review materials. Okay, so wala namang agreement dyan, wala namang disposition, so wala siyang legal value. Next. So, ito yung kaninang diniscuss sa diniscuss sa question. So, pasadahan lang natin ulit to refresh you. Pag sinabi nating private document, it is a deed or instrument executed by private person without notary public. So, this is the best description para madaling matandaan yung private document. Without notary public. Okay? So kapag may notary public, yan naman ay public document. Okay? Ano naman yung official document? That was already discussed. Yung commercial document, eto naman yung mga documents na ginagamit in commercial transactions. Okay? Examples neto, mga resibo, cheque, insurance, warranty. So those are examples of commercial documents. Next. 119. Forgery committed without attempting to copy the authentic signature. I think everybody knows this. The answer is letter A, simple forgery. That was already explained. 120. What is the ruled or imaginary line where the writing rests? Line of writing, composition writing, base, or writing guideline. So the answer is base, or otherwise known as baseline. Okay? Baseline. So, yung line, yung word na line kasi nasa question na, that's why base na lang yung nakalagay sa answer. Next. 121 to 122. A person who conduct examination using scientific process and methods on documents to prove its falsity and authenticity. Obvious naman kung sino yan. Document examiner, expert witness, handwriting expert, or graphologist. 122. The element of handwriting that is regular, recurrent, and visually pleasing. Okay? Answers are letter A, document examiner, and letter C, victim. Okay? So, yan ang tinatawag nating writing na regular, recurrent, and visually pleasing. Sabi ko nga, pag rhythm or rhythmic writing, yan yung magandang sulat. Okay? Next. 123 to 124. Watermarks may be used for the purpose of any of the following. Except, okay, so alin dito sa mga choices ang hindi pwedeng magamit ang watermarks? Paper security feature. Letter B, to establish the probable age of the document. Letter C, as proof of paper's authenticity. Or letter D, protection against attempt of alteration to the content. 124. Which of the following writing is the least proficient? Guided writing, natural, disguised, or forged writing? Okay? So the answers are letter D, and letter A. So we cannot we cannot use watermark as protection against attempt of alteration to content. Ang pinagagamitan natin ng watermark, as I have said, is para ma-identify yung age ng document. Okay? Yung guided writing naman, yan yung pinaka-least proficient. Kasi nga, dalawa yung nagko-control sa movement ng hand. The writer and the one giving the assistance. Okay, next. Let's go to 125 and 126. As the age differences between genuine and question specimen becomes greater, the standard has a tendency to become blank representative of the unknown. Letter A, more, less, equal, or contemporary. 126. Identifying properties of handwriting that serves as the basis of the examiner in identification of source or the author. Okay? Individual, genuine, class, or gross characteristics. Okay? So the answers for number 125 and 126 are letter D and letter A. So less representative. Ibig sabihin, class, kapag ang standard mo ay napakalayo ng date doon sa question document, hindi na siya representative nung writing ng question document. Okay? So less representative. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo na siya pwedeng gamitin as a valid standard for comparison. Of course, sa 126, ang basis for identification of whether a writing comes from the author or not is individual characteristics. Okay, next. 127 to 128. Transitory changes. Okay, diniscuss natin. Temporary that affect the writing. Natural variations. Repeated writings, assisted writings, disguised or genuine writings. Number 128. If the examiner would like to reveal an indented writing, what instrument he can best utilize for such purpose? Test plate, iodine fuming apparatus, electrostatic detection apparatus, or microscope. Okay? So 127 and 128, the answers are letter A and letter C, correct? So repeated writings, no? Repeated writings. Yung natural variations, nagkakaroon ng pagbabago sa sulat dahil paulit-ulit mo siyang sinusulat. Okay? And letter C, yung instrument na ginagamit para ma-reveal yung mga indented writings below the original writing is electrostatic detection apparatus. Okay? Otherwise known as ESDA or ESDA. Next. 129 and 130. Partially visible ink stroke appearing on a sheet of paper after having touched by freshly applied ink strokes. O, diniscuss natin yan, no? Invisible, contact, indented, or obliterated writing. 130. Legible handwriting, illegible handwriting. Calligraphy, cacography. Disguised writing is genuine, authentic, natural writing, or natural variations. Okay? 129 and 130. The answers to these are letter B and letter C. So, yung freshly applied ink strokes, these are called contact writing. And letter C, natural writing, no? Yung pinaka kabaliktaran ng disguised writing. Okay? Next. So 131 and 132. 131. It refers to the translucent design in paper which serves as a distinguishing characteristic of document made by a dandy roll. Okay? So wire mark, skid mark, watermark, or oil mark. So we know the answer here, I believe. 132. Through this, the writer's possible nationality could be established or determined. Alin daw dito sa mga choices ang bibigay ng idea about the identity, the nationality of the writer. System of writing, copybook form, writing movement, or writing form. So the answer here for 131 and 132 are letter C and letter A. So watermark and what we call system of writing. Okay? So yung system of writing, ito yung style ng bawat nation sa kanilang writing system. Okay? Sa kanilang writing system. Next. Okay, so there are important terms here. Copybook form, these are illustration of basic design of letters that is fundamental to the writing system. Writing movement, this refers to the motion of the pen, okay, or how you move the pen while writing. Yung writing form is the design or shape of the letter. At yung system of writing, this is a combination of design of the letter and the movement. So take note pag pinag-combine yung copybook form at saka yung writing movement, ang resulta niyan ay system of writing. Okay? So combination of basic shape and design and the writing movement is the system of writing. Next. So here, i-distinguish naman natin yung mga almost na magkakaparehong mga wordings. Writing refers to the visible result of a very complicated series of combination of mental and muscular habits. So, ang mga tatandaan nyo class is yung mga naka-highlight na mga wordings. While handwriting refers to the visible effect of bodily movements. So, almost the same. Produced by fixed muscular habits and fixed mental impression. On the other hand, pag sinabi nating line quality, it is the visible record of the written stroke. Okay? So, or it is the overall quality of the stroke from initial up to the terminal strokes. Mula umpisa hanggang dulo, yung quality ng stroke, ang tawag natin dyan is line quality. Writing habit, any repeated element of writing. So, kung ano yung paulit-ulit mong ginagawa sa pagsusulat, yun ay writing habit. Pero, nagiging significant writing habit, okay, kapag yung ginagawa mo is sufficiently unique and well-fixed, okay? Halos hindi nababago every time na ulitin mo siya at napaka-unique. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo makikita yung habit na yon with other writings. So ang tawag natin dyan ay significant writing habits because it can be a strong basis for identification. Okay? So next. Number 133 and 134. Handwriting identification is based on the examination of what? Letter A, writing characteristics. Letter B, writing motion or movement. Letter C, writing instrument and materials. And letter D, writing conditions. Number 134. He wrote the book Suspect Documents. Okay, so who is the author? Harrison, Osborne, Hilton, or Mill? Okay, so the answers are, you're correct, letter A and letter A. Writing characteristics and William Harrison. Okay, so si Albert Osborne, by the way, is the father of question document, and the book he authored is entitled Question Document. Okay, next. These are other personalities. Si John Lod, ballpoint pen. Okay, Lewis Waterman, fountain pen, and copy pencil. This is indelible ink whose marking substance is composed of ink and graphite. So remember that. 135 and 136. Considered as the focal point of document examination, and it is where the document examiner relies as to the determination of the appropriate examination and the extent of the problem involved. Question document, standard, exemplar, or evidential document. 136. The process of repairing defect found along the line of writing. Ayan, na-discuss natin kanina. Retouching, retracing, altering, or correcting. So the answers for 135 and 136 are, yes, both letter A, question document, and retouching. Okay? So ang pinaka-focus ng examination is yung question document. Kasi lahat ng mga standards na gagamitin for comparison and later on evaluation ay nakadepende kung anong itsura, anong content ng tinatawag nating question document. Okay? Next. So, some words to familiarize. We have majuscule. It refers to the capitalized letter or yung mga uppercase letter. Yung minuscule naman, it refers to small letters or lowercase letters. Okay. Let's have 137 to 138. The most common problem encountered in document examination by practitioners are those concerning origin, counterfeiting, authorship, or alteration of content. So what is the most common problem? 138. Handwriting examination to determine one personality or character. Alam niyo yan, calligraphy, chromatography, tachography, or graphology. So, for 137 and 138, okay, so the answers are letter C and letter D. Authorship or signature is the most common encountered problem. Or letter D, for 138, graphology. Okay? So, ito yung process ng pag-determine ng personality, ng character ng tao sa pamamagitan ng pag-examine ng kanyang kasulatan. Okay? So, next. 139 and 140. Paper came from wood pulp fibers, while parchment came from recycled paper, animal skin, vegetable fiber, or clay tablet. 140. Writing proficiency is what? Movement, rhythm, skill, or speed. Okay? So 139 and 140, the answers to these are letter B and letter C. Okay? Yung parchment paper, they came from animal skin like calves and sheep and goats. At yung proficiency is the skill of writing. Next. 141. This is used for obliterating writing. Okay, so ano raw ang ginagamit para sa pag-cover ng original writing so that it cannot be seen anymore? Is it ink eradicator, superimposing ink, sympathetic ink, or invisible ink? Okay? For 141, the answer to this is letter B, superimposing ink. So take note, ginagamit ang superimposing ink para sa obliteration. Okay, what about letter A? Yung ink eradicator, ginagamit yan for chemical erasure. Yung sympathetic ink tsaka invisible ink are just the same. Okay, next. Okay, so I guess that that was the last question in the subject question document. So what we have now is another subject in the area of forensic science. This is forensic photography. Okay? So in forensic photography, out of 100 questions in forensic science, 17 of those will be coming from this subject. Okay? So ano ang distribution ng mga questions? Here are the topics. Number 1, explain the scientific and technical principle of forensic photography. Number 2, identify the types of photography and their application to law enforcement, like surveillance and crime scene. Number 3, distinguish analog and digital photography and the operation of various photographic equipment, the parts and the function in forensic investigation. So there will be 2 points for that. Number 4, process photographic exhibits, example, fingerprint, ballistics, question document. And number 5, examine the legal aspect of photographic evidence. Write forensic findings in the format generally accepted by scientific community or in a language clear to the court of law. So those are the questions intended for forensic photography. Okay, so the following or next set of questions will be therefore under photography. 142. Which of the following F numbers will help prevent films from overexposure when photographing under excessive source of light? Okay? So ang rule natin dito, class, is yung pinaka mataas na F number ang magbibigay ng pinakamaliit na opening or lens opening. So at less light ang ma-admit kasi nga maliit lang yung opening. So the answer here is letter Bravo, F22. Okay? I don't know, pero mali yata yung answer na naka-indicate dito, class. So F22 is the answer. Letter B. So, and I want you to remember this. Kung ano yung mga settings ng F number kapag bright sunlight, hazy sunlight, at saka dull sunlight. Okay? For example, we have the underline. Kapag bright sunlight, ang gagamitin ay F11. Kung ikaw ay gagamit ng film na 100. Pag hazy sunlight, Instead na F11, gagamit ka ng F8. At pag dull sunlight, ikaw naman ay gagamit ng F5.6. Okay? So just remember the rule when it comes to F numbers. Ang rule natin sa F number is the higher the F number, the smaller the lens opening. The lower the F number, the wider or the bigger is the lens opening. Okay? Next. Number 143. So DSLR stands for data single lens reflex, double single lens reflex, digital single lens reflex, or decimal single lens reflex. Okay? Of course, obviously, it stands for digital single lens reflex. The answer is letter Charlie or letter C. Okay? So DSLR. Next. So there is an answer already. The dispersion of varying colors of light traveling in different speed as it enter through the lens. Ang tawag natin dyan ay chromatic aberration. Okay? Kapag ang lens ay nagkaroon ng problema sa colors of light, ang tawag dyan ay chromatic aberrations. Okay? What about the other problems? That will be discussed on the other slides. Number 145. A lens with a variable focal length is a zoom lens. Which one is a zoom lens? So pag sinabi nating variable focal length class, wala siyang isang focal length. Okay? So therefore, among the choices, ang walang isang focal length dyan is letter Bravo, 25 to 75 millimeter. Okay? So eto ngayon yung mga lens na gamit ng modern camera, no? Mga tinatawag nating zoom lens. So pwede mo siyang ma-zoom, ma-zoom in, and ma-zoom out. So nag-o-offer siya ng iba't ibang angle of view. Okay? Hindi katulad nung letter A, letter C, and letter D. Isa lang ang kanyang focal length. So yung angle of view niya is not or cannot be changed. Okay? Next. 146. The flash unit intended for close-up photography. Anong tawag natin doon sa flash unit na ginagamit for close-up photography? The answer is letter A. We call that as ring flash. Okay? Ring flash. Yan. So what about the other choices? Okay. Pag sinabi nating umbrella flash, ito yung flash unit na pinapabanda in the inside portion of the umbrella. Commonly, you can see this sa mga photographic studios. Okay? Ring flash, yung flash unit, ginagamit yan for close-up photography. Yung flash unit is pabilog at ini-screw at the front element of the lens. Next is on flash and off flash. Pag sinabing on flash, madali lang naman yan. Ginamit mo yung flash unit, okay, na naka-attach sa camera. Pag ginamit mo yung flash unit na hiwalay sa camera, that is called off flash. Okay? So example na mga off flash is yung multiple flash. Marami kang mga flash units na naka-attach sa camera, okay, or connected with the camera. So pag pinindot mo yung button ng camera, lahat sila all at the same time magbibigay ng illumination. Yung fill-in flash, addition of illumination to shadow areas. Okay? Open flash, the shutter speed is set at B setting. So yung shutter speed ay naka-open lang siya, no? Naka-open lang siya hanggat naka-press ang button. Pag ni-release mo na yung button, dun lang magko-close yung shutter. Yung setting na yan, ang tawag natin ay open flash. Yung bounce flash, yung light ng flash unit ay pinababanda. Okay? At hindi directly going to the subject. So, pinapa-wick yung light para maging soft and ideal doon sa skin ng person to be photographed. Okay? So, ang tawag natin dyan is bounce flash. Next. 147. 147. The withholding of exposure time on a specific area of the photographic paper. Okay? So pag sinabi nating withholding of exposure time, binabawasan mo ng exposure yung isang part ng photographic paper. What is that? Intensification, burning in, dodging, or cropping. Okay? So the answer is letter C, dodging. So again, when you say dodging, you are reducing the exposure in only one particular area in the photographic paper. Okay? So ang kabaliktaran naman yan, as explained, is yung burning in. Kasi yung burning in is about additional of exposure time. So dinadagdagan mo naman, no, yung selected portion ng photographic paper. So cropping, ano naman yung cropping? Excluding or omitting some image on the negative from the final print. So that is cropping. So tinatanggal mo yung ibang part ng photograph or ng image. Yun ay cropping. Vigneting, the gradual fading of the image towards the side through skillful adjustment on the dodging board. So vigneting, kung gusto mong medyo fading yung image, okay, or yung background ng photograph, so you can do that by vigneting. So dye-toning, the process designed in changing the color of the photograph. At we have here the remedy ng mga chemical defects in negatives. So ang remedy kapag underdeveloped, kulang sa pagbabad sa chemical, ay intensifier. Pag sobrang babad naman sa chemical or overdevelopment, the remedy is called reducer. At kapag merong stain or mancha, the remedy is called stain remover. Okay? Next. (148) and 149. A condition in which too little amount of light reaches the film. So anong tawag natin yon? Konti lang yung light na nag-expose sa film inside the camera. Underdeveloped, overdeveloped, underexposure, or overexposure. 149. The following are continuous radiation types of light sources, except which one is not a continuous radiation type of light sources? Incandescent flash unit, photoflood, or fluorescent lamp. Okay? So the answer to these two questions are letter C and letter D. Letter C, underexposure. Okay? Kapag konti lang yung light na pumasok sa camera at ma-expose yung film. Hindi enough. So underexposure. Yung letter B naman, flash unit, because flash unit is what? Short duration. Pag sinabi nating short duration, mabilis at maikling time lang siya nagbibigay ng light. Hindi katulad ng mga letter A, letter C, and letter D, continuous ang lighting nila. Okay? Next. So another that we need to discuss about flash unit is the guide number. Yung guide number determine the amount of light a flash unit will yield at a given distance. Okay? So, yung guide number, binibigay yan ng manufacturer at yan ang gagamitin mo sa pagkukompute kung gaano karami pang light ang mabibigay mo sa subject for a particular distance. Okay? Next. Let's go to 150 and then 151. Ideal lighting required in photography. Ano yung ideal lighting required in photography? Backlighting, top or above lighting, front lighting, or below or under lighting. 151. How many parts does a camera generally has with all the others treated as accessories? Okay? So the answers to these questions are letter C and letter C. So front lighting. Hindi ideal sa pagpo-photograph, no? Kapag ang ilaw ay nasa likod ng subject, nasa tuktok ng subject, or below. Okay? So, in number 51 or 151, we have 5, okay, parts of the camera. They are what? The light tight box, the lens, the shutter, the film holder, and the viewfinder. So, pag sinabi kasing accessories class, yung mga parts na pwedeng tanggalin at ikabit sa camera. Yun. So, generally, meron siyang 5 parts. Next. 152. 152. Its sensitivity does not include the colors of visible light. Okay? So, infrared film, panchromatic film, orthochromatic film, or blue sensitive film. So the answer is letter A, infrared film. Okay, so let us explain. So this topic has something to do with spectral sensitivity. So pag sinabi nating spectral sensitivity, kung gaano ka-sensitive sa colors of light yung black and white film. Okay? So, for example, yung orthonon or blue sensitive film, sensitive lang siya sa ultraviolet at saka blue colors of light. Yung orthochromatic, sensitive lang siya sa blue and green and infrared except red. Yung panchromatic, sensitive siya sa ultraviolet, blue, green, and red, and to all colors of light except infrared. Okay? So yung infrared film, as discussed sa question, ang sensitivity lang ng infrared ay ultraviolet at saka sarili niyang radiation, which is infrared. Okay? So, tinatanong din yan in the board examination. So, better be familiar with the different colors kung saan ang particular film ay sensitive or what we call spectral sensitivity. Next. 153. F4 will admit how many times more light than F11? So 2 times, 4 times, 6 times, or 8 times. So remember, Ang F4 will provide bigger opening, kaya mas marami siyang light na kayang i-accept, okay, than F11. But the question is how many times? So the answer for 153 is letter D, 8 times. Okay? So paano yun? Let's have this explanation. So ang given natin is F4 at F11. So tatlong steps mula F11 hanggang F4 at mula F11 at F8 nag-increase ang light ng 2 times. Mula F11 hanggang F5.6 nag-increase siya ng 4 times. At mula F11 hanggang F4 nag-increase siya ng 8 times. So bawat increase ay minumultiply sa dalawa or sa 2. Kaya 2, 4, and then multiply by 2 again, the next will be 8. Kung meron pang susunod sa 8, you multiply 8 again into 2, so the next will be 16 times from F11. Okay? So next. $154. What is the undeveloped sensitized material? Okay, ano daw tawag sa undeveloped sensitized material? Film, photograph, negative, or positive print. Okay? So the answer to this is letter A. That is film. So, bakit hindi negative? Kasi yung negative, ito pala ang explanation. Yung negative is developed sensitized material. Ibig sabihin, dumaan na siya, nag-undergo na siya ng chemical processing. So photograph, it is the end product, mechanical and chemical result of photography. Okay? So yung picture na hinahawakan nyo, yan ay tinatawag na photograph. Next. Let's have 155. In order to remove the chemicals brought about by fixation process on the film, it should be subjected to what? Acetic acid washing, running water, stop bath, or hypobath. Okay? So, remember class, no? Meron tayong mga stages ng chemical processing. The first is the development. Second is the stop bath. And here is the third, fixation. Okay? So, para daw ma-remove yung mga chemicals ng fixation, ano ang dapat gawin? The answer is wash it with running water. Okay? So, the answer is letter Bravo or letter B. Okay? So, in relation to that topic, let me discuss or let me refresh you about the different chemical compositions. Okay? Saglit lang. Okay, so sorry for that disturbance. So chemical composition. May iba't ibang composition ang developer at saka ang fixer. So developer, ang reducer or developing agent is elon or hydroquinone. Preservative is sodium sulfite. Accelerator is sodium carbonate. Restrainer or pug preventer is potassium bromide. Okay? So what are the things to remember? Ang tatandaan nyo rito class ay unang-una, anong chemical siya? Developer. Pangalawa, ano yung mga pangalan niya? At pangatlo, ano yung kanyang function? Katulad ng elon or hydroquinone, ang function niya ay reducer or developing agent. Okay? Ito yung nagpapalutang ng image habang kini-chemical process. Next, yung fixer. Okay? So sa fixer naman, ang mga chemicals na nandito is yung hypo or sodium thiosulfate as dissolving agent, sodium sulfite as preservative, boric and acetic acid as neutralizer, and potassium alum as hardening agent. Okay? So yan yung mga chemical composition ng fixer. Again, remember the name at yung function at saan siya belong. Belong ba siya sa developer or sa fixer? Okay? Next. (156) The time development of photographic paper. So, gaano katagal ang development ng photo paper? 1.5 minutes, 30 seconds, 20 to 30 minutes, or 6 to 7 minutes. Okay, so for photo paper, the answer is letter A, 1.5 minutes. What about the other time? So, ito yun. Yung 30 seconds, stop bath. Yung 20 to 30 minutes, yan ang time of fixation. Yung 6 to 7 minutes naman, yan ang time of development ng film. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, iba ang time development ng film, which is 6 to 7 minutes. Iba rin ang time development ng photo paper, which is 1.5 minutes. Okay? Next. Number 157. What is the distance that the lens can move away or towards the film from which the photographic image will still be in acceptable focus? Focal length, depth of field, depth of focus, or what we call focal distance. Okay? So 157, the answer is letter C, depth of focus. So ano ba yung depth of focus, class? Let me explain. Kung gaano kalayo ang pwede mong i-move yung lens forward and backward. Okay? Nang hindi nagiging blurred yung image. Yon ang tinatawag nating depth of focus. Again, how much you can move the lens forward and backward wherein the image will still be acceptable. Again, depth of focus. Next. So, this is additional explanation about the topic. Yung depth of focus is otherwise called focal range. At yung depth of field, the measure of the zone of acceptable focus, the distance from the nearest object in good focus to the farthest object in good focus. So pag sinabi nating depth of field, ito yung zone kung saan yung pinakamalapit na object in the camera ay makikitang acceptable ang focus at yung pinakamalayong object in the camera na acceptable pa rin yung focus. Mula sa pinakamalapit hanggang pinakamalayo, yun ang tinatawag na depth of field. Okay? Focal length is the distance measured from the optical center of the lens to the film when the lens is set at infinity position. Okay? So ito yung distance ng lens at saka ng film inside the camera kapag naka-infinity position yung lens. Okay? Or sinet mo siya sa infinity. On the other hand, yung focal distance, this is the distance from the center of the lens to the film. Kapag hindi nakaset sa infinity, ang tawag natin sa distance between the lens and the film is not focal length, but focal distance. Okay? So, mahalaga yung word na infinity, no? To distinguish what is focal length from focal distance. Hyperfocal distance. Ano naman yung hyperfocal distance? The nearest distance for a given diaphragm opening which will give the maximum depth of field. Okay? So, ito yung pinakamalawak na zone kung saan the image in that zone will be all acceptable. Again, hyperfocal distance. The words to remember for hyperfocal distance is that it gives maximum depth of field. Okay? So next. 158. It refers to a reduced photograph. What is that? Photomicrograph, micrograph, macrograph, or milligraph. Okay? So, what do you think is the answer for 158? Well, the answer is micrograph. Okay? Yung photograph na pinaliit. Micrograph. So, what about the other choices, no? Ang importante dito yung letter A, photomicrograph. Yung photomicrograph, this is a photograph taken using a camera attached to a microscope. So, para mapicturean mo yung nakikita mo sa microscope, ang tawag doon ay photomicrography or gamitan mo siya ng photomicrography. Okay? At ang tawag sa photograph na kinuhanan galing gamit ang camera na inattach sa microscope ay photomicrograph. Okay? Next. Let's have 159 and 160. Angle of view and image size are controlled by lens aperture, lens focal length or shutter speed, both A and C. 160 refers to the science, application, and practice of creating durable images which can aid in investigation, sketching, painting, photography, or drawing. So 159 and 160, the answers are letter D and letter C. Focal length. So focal length ang nagdidikta ng angle of view. When we say angle of view, how much will be included in the photograph? Okay, gaano karami sa photographic scene ang marirecord. Okay? So that is called angle of view. At ang nagdidikta kung gaano kalawak, gaano kakonte ang mai-include at marirecord is the so-called focal length of the lens. And 160, what is being defined there is photography. Okay? So the process of producing images that can be used as aid in the conduct of investigation. So again, photography. Next. Okay. So mag-discuss din tayo ng konting mga trivial, no? So Alphonse Bertillon, he introduced the mugshot, also crime scene photography, and also use photograph sa pagde-demonstrate ng erasure on the document. He is the first to use photography for identification. At ito yung mga cases. In 1943, the civil litigations Green versus City and County of Denver, Colorado. This is the first time that a colored photograph is used as evidence para pakita yung sirang karne. Okay, sirang karne na nabili sa market. 1960, State versus context, showing the graphic wound of the victim also. Na-offered dito yung colored photograph as an evidence. In 1859, daguerreotype, yung unang photographic process, was used in civil case in Lueo versus US. Okay? To decide on the authenticity of photographs in comparing of signatures. Yan. Ito yung mga years kung saan nakitaan ng early practice or early use of photography in police and in court. Okay? So, proceed naman tayo. Mabilisan lang nating i-discuss yung mga personalities in the history of photography. So, number one, we have Joseph Nicephore Niepce. He produced the first photograph, and the process he used was called heliograph or sun drawing. So Louis Jacques Mandadaguerre, he produced the daguerreotype. He named it after himself. So daguerreotype is the first true photography or first true photographs. Or so maraming mga worldwide ang pagbenta ng photographic process na yan. So Herschel, ito madalas na tinatanong in the licensure exam, ang mga contributions niya are the following. He discovered hypo or sodium thiosulfite, and he was also the one who coined the word photography. Okay? Si William Henry Fox Talbot introduced the calotype. This is a photographic process that produces negative. Okay? And because of that, kayang mag-produce ng multiple identical photographs dahil nga sa negative. Okay? Si Abel Niepce de Saint-Victor perfected the use of albumens to hold the light-sensitive compounds on the glass plate. Ayan. So, yung light-sensitive chemical, para dumikit siya sa base or sa glass plate, gumamit siya ng tinatawag nating albumens or egg white. Ayan si Abel Niepce de Saint-Victor, pero yung albumen pinalitan ng wet collodion process, isang uri din ng pandikit ni Frederick Scott Archer. So please remember the process, no? The name, wet collodion process. So kailangan i-apply yung pandikit habang siya ay basa pa. Okay, for it to be more sticky and binding, kaya tinawag siyang wet collodion or wet process. Next, si Richard Leach Maddox, the first practical dry plate negative. So ito naman yung pumalit sa gawa ni Frederick Scott Archer, kung saan hindi na gumagamit ng wet collodion kundi dry plate na. So James Clerk Maxwell studied the colors of light and the first who produced colored photograph. And US Kodak, or si George Eastman, the owner of the Kodak company, introduced the Kodak box camera and the roll film. So yung roll film, nakalagay doon sa box camera at magpipicture ka at ibabalik mo sa kanila para sila mismo yung mag-print. So because of that, yung photography becomes available to everyone, even non-professional or non-expert, okay, or amateurs na mga photographer. Edwin Land introduced the Polaroid or one-step photography. Ito yung camera na kapag nag-picture ka, after few seconds, may lalabas na positive print. Si William Abney discovered the elon or hydroquinone, the chemical in the developer na nagpo-produce ng image or photographic image. H.W. Vogel made orthochromatic film. Okay? So if you remember sa spectral sensitivity natin, no, yung orthochromatic film are the black and white film that is sensitive to ultraviolet, blue color, and green colors of light. Si J.M. Petzal, the first lens for photographic use with the maximum aperture of 3.6. So siya yung una nag-produce ng lens na particularly gagamitin for photographic use. Victor Baltasar, he made comparison of bullets and cartridges using photography. Dr. R.A. Reyes introduced the world's earliest crime laboratory, and Thomas Sutton patented the first single lens reflex camera. Odell Birch advocated the use of photography for the identification of criminals and documentation of evidence. So si Odell Birch ang nag-introduce ng concept na gamitin yung photography sa pag-identify ng criminals and suspects and sa pag-document and pag-preserve ng evidence. Okay, so these are the people, important people that you must remember in forensic photography. Let's continue. For number 161 and 162. What is the basic consideration when using a flash unit? Perspective, parallax, synchronization, or light intensity. 162, it gives the enlarger an upright appearance. Elevating knob, bellows, vertical column, or focusing knob. Okay? The answers are letter C and letter C. Synchronization. So pag gumagamit ka ng flash unit, dapat sabay yung pagbubuga ng light at saka pag-o-open ng shutter. It must be synchronized. Otherwise, the photograph will be what? The photograph will be undesirable, no? So, or will have a problem. So 162. Ano raw ang nagbibigay ng upright appearance or patayong appearance sa enlarger? So if you can remember of yung enlarger, ito yung ginagamit yung machine sa darkroom sa paglilipat ng image from the negative papunta sa photo paper. Okay? So that part is the vertical column. So this is the other parts of the enlarger at saka yung kanyang mga functions. Yung focusing knob, this is for obviously adjust sharpness. Yung bellows, this is the one that moves to adjust focusing upon rotation and manipulation of focusing knobs. Yung vertical column, that is the answer to the question earlier. Elevating knob for magnification. So kung gusto mong paliitin, palakihin, or makuha yung desired na size mo of the photograph, you can make use of the elevating knob. Okay? Condenser is the part of the enlarger for even illumination. Okay? So para maging pantay yung what do you call this? Yung spread or pag-i-spread ng illumination coming from the enlarger. Ayan. We have the condenser. Next. 163. A lens with a focal length less than the diagonal measurement of the negative material. So that is the definition of what? Wide-angle lens, telephoto lens, normal lens, or zoom lens. So 163, what's the answer? Letter A, wide-angle lens. Okay? So ano ba yung wide-angle lens, no? Pag sinabing wide-angle lens, ang focal length niya ay mababa sa 35 mm. Mababa sa 35 mm. Kasi yun yung diagonal measurement ng negative material. Okay? At ano yung epekto niya sa photograph? Pag gumamit ka ng wide angle lens, mas marami kang makakapture na mga images kasi mas malawak ang angle of view. Pero, ang problema naman sa mga sizes ay lumiliit yung mga size ng images. Next. So, there are two types of lens. Speaking of lens, meron tayong convex, converging, or otherwise known as positive lens. Ang shape nito is thicker at the center and thinner on the side and can magnify the image. Yung concave, diverging, or negative lens, this is the opposite. So, thinner at the center, payat sa gitna, pero thicker on the sides, and can reduce the size of the image being photographed. Okay? Yung kayang mag-magnify is convex, yung kayang mag-reduce naman is concave lens. So, what about the lens classification? So, diniscuss na natin yung wide angle lens, no? Yung normal lens naman, ang focal length niya is equal but not more than twice of the diagonal measurement of negative material. Ibig sabihin, kapag ang focal length ng lens mo is from 35 to 70 mm, that is normal lens. Okay? Anong itsura ng photograph taken with a normal lens? Hindi masyadong malaki ang image, hindi rin masyadong malawak. So, average lang ang size and average lang ang angle of view. Telephoto lens. A lens with a focal length more than twice the diagonal measurement of the negative material. Okay? So lahat ng lens na more than 35 mm is telephoto lens. At ginagamit yung telephoto lens for magnifying distant subjects or distant objects. So this is very ideal therefore sa conduct of surveillance. Sa conduct of surveillance. That is telephoto lens. And just like what we discussed earlier, we have zoom lens, di ba? Zoom lens is a lens with a variable focal length. So, pag sinabi nating variable focal length, ibig sabihin yan, wala siyang single na focal length. Pwede siyang maging wide, pwede siyang maging normal, pwede rin siyang maging telephoto lens, all in a single lens. Para siyang 3-in-1, kumbaga. Okay? Next. (164) and 165. It is a type of an artificial light which makes sympathetic ink visible. O di ba? Diniscuss natin kanina pag sinabing sympathetic ink, yan ay invisible ink. So, what can make it visible? Ultraviolet, transparent light, infrared, or oblique light. 165. Why must the taking of photograph from unusual camera position in crime photography be avoided? It distorts the focus, it distorts the perspective, it distorts the magnification, it distorts the texture. The answer are letter A and letter B. Ultraviolet light can be used to make invisible writing visible. Okay? So, and letter B, sa 165, it distort perspective. So, tama dapat yung angle ng pagpo-photograph mo. Sa pagpo-photograph mo, otherwise, maaring hindi yan maintindihan or maiba yung pagkakaintindi sa photograph mo ng mga viewer. Okay? So, that is what we call perspective. Next. Okay. So, another important topic in photography na kailangan nating ma-review is yung mga radiations, no? Mga radiations. We have X-ray. Ang measurement niyan is 1 to 30 millimicrons. We have the ultraviolet rays, 300 to 400 millimicrons. The most important para sa mga human, the one that we use, visible light with range of 400 to 700 millimicrons, and infrared 700 to 1,000 millimicrons. Okay? Next. So ano ba yung mga binanggit natin na millimicrons? It refers to the unit of light wavelength. Okay? Ito yung measurement, unit ng measurement sa pagsusukat ng wavelength ng mga photographic rays. And it is expressed in million part of a millimeter. Okay? So, yung angstrom class is another unit ng wavelength or measurement ng wavelength, which is expressed in 10 million part of a millimeter. So, ganun din yan. Meron na rin mga questions about this in the board or previous board examinations. 166 and 167. In photographing the scene of the crime, what views should be used in order to show the best feature of the nature of the crime scene? Pag sinabing nature, ito yung magpapakita kung anong krimen ang naganap sa crime scene. So, anong view or distance ng pagpo-photograph ang best na gamitin? Medium, general, close-up, or extreme close-up? 167. Laser light is also referred as what? Ultraviolet, coherent, visible, or heat light. Okay? So, answers are letter A and letter B, the medium photographic view. Okay? So, medium photographic view. And laser is otherwise known as coherent light. So, ito yung mga explanations natin sa mga photographic views. Pag sinabi nating general view, it means total take. Okay? So, pagpo-photograph in overall view ng crime scene. Ginagamit ang general view ng photograph if you want to establish the place or the location of the crime scene. Medium view, diniscuss na natin yan kanina. Okay? So, ito yung nagpapakita ng nature of the crime. Normally, dinidivide into section yung pagpo-photograph. And this is very ideal for reconstruction. Yung close-up view, ito naman ang ginagamit to photograph individual evidence. So it requires 4 shots for every evidence. Extreme close-up, the purpose is to show the details of each of every evidence. Halimbawa, gusto mong i-photograph yung ridges ng fingerprint, yan, kailangan mo na dyan ng extreme close-up. Okay? Gusto mong i-photograph yung serial number ng firearm, o kailangan mo na ng extreme close-up dyan. Okay? Follow-up photograph. Those taken during the autopsy. So, ito yung mga photograph na related pa rin sa crime pero hindi na nakunan sa crime scene. Nakunan na siya in the progress of the investigation. Katulad ng habang ginagawa or ginaganap yung tinatawag nating autopsy. Okay? So pinipicturan yung mga possible evidence that can be found in the body of the victim or person of interest. Next. Let us have 168 to 169. When one uses a photographic filter in taking a photograph, he is actually blank the light rays or color from the light to reach the field. So what is that? Adding, multiplying, subtracting, or dividing. 169. A type of lighting condition at which object in open space casts a transparent shadow caused by thin clouds covering the sun. Okay? I think you are very good at this. Anong klaseng sunlight yan? Easy, dull, or bright sunlight. As described, the sun is partially covered by the clouds. Okay? And the shadows are transparent. So the answers are letter C and letter A. Subtracting. So pag gumamit ka ng filter, binabawasan mo yung dami ng light na pumapasok sa camera at makakarating sa field. Okay? So subtracting. And letter A, hazy sunlight. Okay? Next. 170 and 171. What photo paper, according to chemical content, is used for police photography? Okay? Chloride paper, bromide paper, chlorobromide, or iodide. So what is ideal for photography or police photography? 171. A lens defect which enables the lens to focus both horizontal and vertical lines in a plane at the same time. So, ito yung diniscuss natin kanina, no, yung mga problema sa lens, astigmatism, chlorobromide, or potassium bromide. So, the answers to these questions are letter B and letter B. Bromide paper is the one best for police use, and the inability, yung kawalan ng kakayahan ng lens na mag-focus ng crossing line or line crossing each other vertically and horizontally is called astigmatism. Next. So here are the other lens defects. So na-discuss na natin kanina yung chromatic aberration, no? If you remember, ito yung lens defect na ang problema is about the colors of light. Okay? What about spherical aberration? This is the inability of the lens to focus light ray or light passing through the side of the lens in the center and blurred at the side. Okay? So dapat kasi pag pumasok yung light sa lens, nagmi-meet sila in a single point. Ang problema sa spherical aberration class, yung mga light na pumapasok sa gilid ng lens, mas na re-refract sila ng mas sharp. So ibig sabihin, yung point of focus nila ay humihiwalay with the others. Kaya ang resulta, the image is blurred. Yung curvature of field, okay? So yung curvature of field, the relation of the image of the different point are incorrect with respect to one another. Okay? So ito naman yung problema class na kapag nagpo-photograph ng straight surface, hindi napo-focus. Napo-focus lang yung mga object that is that has a curved shape. Okay? Pero pagdating sa flat surfaces, hindi siya kayang i-focus. Distortion, hindi siya problem in sharpness. Walang problema rito kung blurred or sharp. Okay? Ang problema dito, class, ay yung shape. So, it can either be pincushion distortion. Halimbawa, ang ipophotograph mo ay straight object. Pag may pincushion distortion, naka-curve siya inward. Pag barrel distortion naman, naka-curve siya outward. Okay? So may dalawang klase kasi ng distortion. Pero pareho lang ang resulta, no? Nagiging curve yung straight na object na pinotograph sa final frame. So the problem is distortion. Okay, so be familiar with those lens defects. So speaking of photo paper, yung mga photo paper is merong mga number according to contrast. So ano-ano ba yung mga paggagamitan ng mga assigned number na yan sa photo paper? Number 2, photo paper is ideal to be used in normal exposed film. Number 1, photo paper is for overexposed film. 0 for extremely overexposed. And 3, 4, and 5 for underexposed film. Okay? So be guided by those numbers. Okay, 172. There are how many layers of emulsion that can be found in color film? 10, 3, 8, or 12? 173. The shutter speed setting on which the shutter remains open as long as the shutter release is depressed and closed as soon as the release return to the normal position. So the answers are letter B and letter B. There are 3 layers of emulsion para sa color film. At para sa black and white, may isang layer lang ng emulsion. Okay? And another letter B, kasi B setting yon, yung diniscuss natin kanina, no? B setting or open setting na tinatawag kapag nakapress lang yung button ng shutter and it remains open and continuously allow light to enter and reach the film. So B setting ang tawag. So ano yung mga layers ng color film? In proper sequence, this is blue layer, green layer, and red layer. These are the layers of the what do you call this? Color film. So sa mga film naman, kapag negative color film, ang meron yang mga prefix na color, suffix na color rather. Sa dulo ng pangalan nila may color, halimbawa Kodak color, ibig sabihin niya negative color film. Pag reversal color film, meron naman siyang mga chrome. Okay? Halimbawa, Kodak chrome ang pangalan. So, reversal color film. Kapag black and white, meron niyang prefix na pan or ortho. Katulad nung diniscuss natin kanina, panchromatic film at saka orthochromatic film. So, just a trivial note for photography. There are 3 F's of photography: the focus, the film, and the filter. Next. 174 to 175. When photographing a crime scene with a very narrow space, this is the lens that should be used. Kapag ang crime scene daw ay masyadong makipot, okay? Ano ang lens na dapat gamitin? Magnifying, wide angle, normal, or telephoto lens. 175. Before the introduction of the lens, the one responsible for image formation among the early version of camera obscura. Yung camera obscura, ito yung unang version ng camera at hindi pa siya gumagamit ng lens. So anong ginagamit niya in replacement to that? Mirror, pinhole, tracing paper, or artist? The answer to this is we have letter B and letter D. Wide angle lens. Kapag ang problema is masyadong makipot yung crime scene, halimbawa yung crime scene or nakita yung victim's body sa loob ng CR, so we can make use of wide angle lens. Okay? At historically, yung mga version ng camera obscura na walang lens ay gumagamit lang ng pinhole. Ano yung pinhole? Ito yung maliit na butas na nilagay sa side ng darkroom at doon pumapasok yung image from the outside or from the subject outside of the room. Okay? At doon tinitrace yung image. So, pinhole is the answer. Next. So 176 to 177, we are going to continue answering this. Let's have first a 15-minute short break again. Okay, so after 15 minutes, we'll have the continuation of our discussion. So 15-minute break. Thank you. Okay, so are you still there? Can you hear me? Can I get a reply? Okay, so buhay pa, kaya pa. Okay, so let us continue our discussion in forensic photography. We are now on 176 to 177. Okay, which of the following focal length will provide more depth of field in the photograph? So we talk about focal length at isa sa mga kinokontrol ng focal length is yung depth of field. Kung gaano kalawak yung magiging sharp in the photograph. Okay? So 35 millimeter, 30 millimeter, 25 or 100 millimeter. Number 177. What is the function of the film in the camera? Is it for image recording, image formation, prevention of unwanted exposure, or image development? So 176 and 177, the answers are letter C and letter A. So 25 millimeter and image recording. Ang rule natin pagdating sa focal length and its relation to depth of field is that the lower the focal length of the lens, the more depth of field. Again, the lower the focal length of the lens, the more depth of field. So in the choices or among the choices, 25 is the lowest. So therefore, that is the focal length that will produce more depth of field. 177. What is the function of the film in the camera? That is for image recording. So the film is like the permanent home or place of the photographic image. Okay? Next. Yung image formation, ang responsible na part ng camera for that is the lens. Yung image development, that is the chemical processing. Yung prevention of unwanted exposure, that is the role of the camera. Okay, that is the role of the camera. Next. Let's have 178 to 179. It is a device used in measuring the intensity of light as basis for the correct setting for the allowance of photographic rays. Rangefinder, synchronizer, exposure meter, or flash unit. Okay? So ano raw device ang kayang mag-measure ng ng light? 179. The first photograph produced by Joseph Nicephore Niepce through the process he called or he named as what? So we were able to discuss this in the history. Calotype, daguerreotype, heliograph, or wet collodion. The answer for 178 to 179 are letter C and letter C. Exposure meter, ang tawag sa instrument na nagre-read ng reflected light coming from the subject. Okay? So itatapat mo lang yung exposure meter and then magbibigay na ng setting yung device, what F number, what shutter speed is the idea, are the ideal settings. So in 179, it is called heliograph, okay, or sun drawing. Next. 180 to 181. In the coincident image type of focusing, when the image is out of focus, it appears blurred, sharp, cut into half, or double image. 181, a color that reflects all the colors of light, white, blue, black, or gray. Okay, the answers are letter D and letter A. In number 180, double image. Kapag out of focus, the image is seen doubled. Yon ang tinatawag nating coincident image. Sa cut into half naman, ang tawag natin dyan ay split image. Kapag hati sa dalawa, yung dalawang part, yung image na nakikita mo sa viewfinder at misaligned, ibig sabihin nun out of focus. Kapag inikot mo yung lens at nag-align sila, ang tawag naman doon is in focus. So ang tawag is split image, yung cut into half sa choice letter C. Yung blurred naman, kapag out of focus, ayan yung tinatawag na ground glass. Okay? Ground glass focusing. 181. Colors that reflect all colors is white. At colors that absorb all colors of light is black. Okay? So, next. (182) and 183. Which of the following is not a factor that affects the intensity, brightness of light? So alin daw dito ang hindi nakakaapekto ng brightness ng light? The power source, the temperature, the medium from which the light passes through, or the distance that the light travels? 183. It is a curtain with slats of various widths located immediately in front of the film, in which the movement of any slat across the film provide exposure when the release button is pressed. Before the lens shutter, central plane shutter, focal plane, or after the lens shutter. Okay? So, what kind of shutter is being described in 183? The answers are letter B and letter C. Temperature, hindi nakakaapekto ang temperature class kung magiging maliwanag ba o hindi ang light. Okay? But letter A, letter C, letter D, everything affects the intensity of light. For 183, this is called focal plane shutter. Pag sinabing focal plane shutter, the shutter is located right in front of the film. Okay? Nasa tapat mismo ng film yung shutter. On the other hand, meron tayong tinatawag na central shutter. Yun nasa letter B. Ang location naman nito ay makikita sa loob ng lens barrel. Okay? Sa loob ng lens barrel. So, next. 184 and 185. The chemical used in development that accelerate the developing solution. Okay? So, di ba kanina I told you to remember kung ano yung mga pangalan ng chemicals at saka nung mga functions nila. Okay, so this question asks for the chemical that accelerate the developing solution. Sodium carbonate, elon or hydroquinone, sodium sulfite, or potassium bromide. 185. In police photography, all perishable articles or objects that can be used as evidence can be what? Letter A, preserved. Letter B, substituted. Letter C, identified. Or letter D, stored. Okay? The answers for 184 and 185 are both letter A. Sodium carbonate is the name of the chemical that accelerates the developing solution. Okay? And with the use of photography, evidence that can perish or perishable. So, yung mga evidence na as time pass by ay pwedeng mawala, okay, can be preserved, letter A, with the use of photograph. Okay? Anong mga example niyan, no? Ang mga example niyan, blood, di ba? Natutuyo yan and later on pwede nang mag-disappear. So, these things can be, or this evidence or pieces of evidence can be preserved with the use of photograph. Okay? That's 184 and 185. Next. 186. Blackout photography is called what? Infrared photography, microphotography, macrophotography, or ultraviolet photography. So what is blackout photography? The answer, yes, that's correct. The answer is infrared photography. Okay? So bakit hindi letter D? Bakit hindi ultraviolet? So ang ultraviolet kasi hindi siya blackout, no, kundi black light, otherwise known as black light, no? Ultraviolet. So pag sinabing blackout photography, you can capture photographic image using infrared in complete and total darkness. Okay? In complete and total darkness. Maski na totally walang ilaw class, okay? Pwede ka pa rin makapag-photograph using infrared photography. Next. Number 187. What are the two lenses that are usually used in crime scene photography? Okay. So wide and telephoto lens, zoom and telephoto lens, normal and wide angle lens, or normal and telephoto lens. So what are these? Two lenses. Yes, that is correct. The answer is normal and wide angle lens. Hindi tayo gumagamit ng telephoto lens, no? So normal and wide angle. So normal, ito yung ginagamit to show the nature of the crime scene. While the wide angle lens, this is used to show the location of the scene of the crime. Okay? Let's have 188. A type of filter that is used to reduce or eliminate reflection on a highly reflective surface. Okay, so remember this also, madalas na tinatanong yan in the board exam. Ano daw yung filter na pwedeng gamitin para matanggal yung mga reflection or glare, yung mga pagkasilaw, no, sa mga highly reflective surface? Polarizing filter, contrast, haze filter, or color correction filter. Okay? So the answer for 188 is, the answer is actually letter A, polarizing filter. Okay? So pag sinabi nating polarizing filter, ito yung nag-eliminate ng mga, halimbawa, magpo-photograph ka ng fingerprint on top of a glass surface. So shiny yun, di ba? Para ma-eliminate mo yung mga reflection, you can make use of polarizing filters. Okay? Di ba meron din tayong mga mga shades na nabibili na nakalagay polarized. Ibig sabihin, kaya niyang mag-eliminate ng mga glare or ng reflections coming from the sun. Yan. So that is what we call polarizing filters. Saglit lang ah. Okay. So isa sa mga choices kanina ay yung contrast filter. So yung contrast filter, it is used in enhancing the quality of the photographic image. Ginagamit yung contrast filter kapag walang tonal difference between the object to be photographed at saka yung kanyang background. Example, latent prints dusted with gray powder on a violet background. Okay? So kung i-analyze natin, okay? So kung i-analyze natin with this example, yung violet at saka gray background, yung gray powder na dusted print at saka yung violet background ay parehong light color. Okay? Parehong light color. So wala silang contrast. Hindi umaangat yung dusted latent print with gray powder sa violet background, lalo na kapag magpo-photograph ka in black and white lang. So ginagamit talaga yung contrast filter sa black and white photography. So on a violet background. So what filter are you going to use? Pag pareho silang light, dapat isa doon ay gawin mong dark. So gagawin mong dark yung violet na background. Anong kulay ng filter ang darken ng violet background? So we are going to follow this color asterisk. Okay? So nakalagay dito, darken the opposite color. Kung parehong light ang color, tapos gusto mong gawing dark yung isa para magkaroon ng contrast, hanapin mo yung given color. In the question, ang given is violet. At tingnan mo yung katapat niya on the other side, which is yellow. Okay? So yung yellow, kapag ginamit mo yon, madadarken yung violet, magkakaroon ng contrast. So the answer to that question, kung anong gagamiting color ng filter, is yellow. Okay? So again, no, you use the opposite color in the color asterisk. Okay? Next. 189 to 190. Which lens is ideal for surveillance work since it will allow you to watch subject even from a great distance? Okay? So ano ba ang ideal na lens for surveillance work? 25, 100, 50, or 28 millimeter. 190. A celluloid or glass-coated sheet with emulsion of silver halides which retains latent image when exposed to light. So clearly, ang dinidefine dito sa 190 is what? Film, negative, photo paper, or photograph. Okay? The answers for 189 to 190 are letter B and letter A, 100 millimeter. Bakit? Kasi ang 100 millimeter class is a telephoto lens, di ba? Paano mo nasabing telephoto lens? Because it is more than 70 millimeter. more than the double of the measurement of the diagonal of negative material. So yan ay telephoto lens. And telephoto lens are good in photographing subjects that are distant. Okay? So sa surveillance, very effective yan. Kasi you can photograph the subject, you can watch the subject nang hindi ka nakakakuha without getting attention. Okay? And 190. So celluloid coated sheet with emulsion of silver halides. So obviously that is the film. Okay? That is the film. Kasi ito yung nagre-retain. Sabi ko nga, ang film is the permanent home of the latent image whenever or at the time that it is or it was exposed to light. Pag na-expose sa light ang film, that is the time that the image is being recorded on it. Okay? Next. 191 to 192. What is the part of the camera that is designed for image composition? So dito daw tayo nag-compose ng image to be photographed. The lens, the film, the viewing system, or the shutter. 192. Which of the following best describe the main feature of the calotype? Okay? So alin daw dito ang main feature ng calotype? Remember, calotype was introduced by William Henry Fox Talbot. Okay? It utilized mercury vapor in fixing photograph image. It utilized collodion in affixing light-sensitive materials. The camera used is equipped with flexible roll films, or it utilizes paper in the production of negatives. Yan. So the answer for 191 and 92 are letter C and letter D. We have viewing system. So ano yung viewing system? Dito sa camera, or ito yung part ng camera kung saan kayo sumisilip, okay? At nagko-compose ng image. So, dito nyo rin nakikita kung meron bang kailangan i-adjust para sa or before taking the photograph. Letter D for number 192. It utilized paper in the production of negatives. So isa sa mga importanteng contribution ng calotype process is nagpo-produce siya ng negative, no? And because of negative, like what I told you, you can make unlimited copies or identical copies ng mga photographic image. And that was introduced by the calotype. Next. 193. 193. What is the part of the eye that is actually sensitive to light? Okay? Iris, lens, pupil, or retina. So ano ang part of the eye that is sensitive to light? The answer is letter delta. Yes, correct. That is retina. Retina is like the film of the camera. Okay? Yung pupil naman is like the aperture of the lens. Yung iris is like the diaphragm of the lens of the camera. Yung lens, of course, meron ding lens ang mata ng tao. So, remember those counterparts ng mga human or anatomy of the eye to the parts 194 and 195. Okay. What is the first use of photography for police investigative work? Identification, recording, preservation, or presentation. The 95, the inability of the camera to record completely the photographic scene from the viewfinder is caused by lens defect, image distortion, parallax error, or error in. So the answer for 194 and 195 are letter A and letter C, identification. Ang unang gamit ng photography sa investigative work ay for identification purposes, di ba? So para mag-identify ng criminals at ng mga evidence, identification. So letter C, parallax error. Yung parallax error happens when there is something missing from the photographic image in the final print. Okay? So nung tiningnan mo sa viewfinder, kumpleto naman, pero pagdating sa final print, other parts are missing. So ang tawag natin dyan ay parallax error. Ang problema ng parallax error is caused by misalignment ng camera lens at saka ng viewfinder ng camera. Kaya iba yung nakikita mo sa viewfinder at iba rin ang nare-record ng lens. Okay? There is a what? Discrepancy, no? May hindi siya exact. Hindi siya exact. So 194 and 95, the answers are letter A and also letter C. Okay? So speaking of the use of photography, record purposes is considered to be the utmost use of photography in police work. Pag sinabi nating utmost, it means overall use or general use. That is for record purposes. Okay? Pero, so therefore, titingnan nyo yung question, no? Kapag ang question is the first use of photography, that is identification. Pero kapag ang question is at most, ibig sabihin overall purpose of photography, ang sagot ay record purposes. Okay? So, pentaprism. What is pentaprism? It is the lens system of the camera that reflects the light passing through the lens and mirror, making the image possible to be viewed from the viewfinder. So, yung pentaprism is arrangement of mirror inside the camera that solve the problem of parallax error. Okay? Because of pentaprism, katulad ng mga nasa SLR cameras. Kung ano yung nakikita mo sa viewfinder, exactly the same ang makakapture ng lens. Because of this pentaprism, as if the viewfinder and the lens are connected as one, okay, when using the camera. So this is what we call pentaprism. Ito yung mga mirrors arranged, okay, inside the or position inside the camera, most commonly in the SLR or single lens reflex type of camera. Next. Number 196. What lens shall be used to effectively photograph a room where a murder took place? Okay? So magpo-photograph ka raw ng room kung saan naganap ang murder. What lens will you use? Wide angle, macro, telephoto, or photo micro? So the answer for 196 is letter A, wide angle lens. Okay? Bakit letter A? Kasi mas malawak, mas marami kang mapopotograph at mare-record from the room, okay, where the crime happened. So the answer is letter alpha. Next. So 197 and 198. A complementary colors of light that is a mixture or combination of green and red colors. So when we combine them together, what color will be produced? Green, cyan, magenta, or yellow. Okay? So yung green and red colors, these are primary colors. No? When you combine them together, mapuproduce yung tinatawag nating complementary or secondary colors of light. 198, which of the following has the finest grains? Okay? Alin daw dito ang may pinakamaliliit or refined na mga sizes ng silver halides? Asa 100, 200, 400, or any of the above. Answer for 197 and 98 are letter D, yellow, and letter A, asa 100. Okay? So yellow is produced when green and red colors are combined. And asa 100 has the finest grain. Just remember, habang bumababa ang number o rating ng asa, mas nagiging pino ang grains niya ng silver halide. Contrary to that, habang tumataas ang rating ng ASA, mas lumalaki ang grains ng silver halide sa film. Okay? So that's the rule about the size of the grains sa mga ratings ng film. Right? Next. So, additional information about the topic. Yung ASA, this is a speed rating, no? Pag sinabi nating speed rating, ito yung number na ina-assign sa film to know how sensitive the film to light is. Okay? Kung gaano ka-sensitive yung film sa amount of light. So, pag ASA rating, it is expressed in arithmetic value. Pag DIN, expressed in logarithmic value. Pag ISO, stands for International Standard Organization. It is a combination of ASA and DIN. So therefore, they are expressed both in arithmetic and logarithmic value. Okay? So, diniscuss ko kanina tong rules na to, no? The higher the rating, the more sensitive to light. Meaning, ASA 400 is more sensitive than ASA 100. Or number 2, the higher the rating, the bigger the grains of the light-sensitive compounds. Okay? So, kaya pag binaligtad mo yan, mas mababa na film rating, mas maliliit ang sizes ng light-sensitive compounds or specifically known as silver halides. Okay? So that was the last discussion under the subject forensic photography. Okay? The next set of questions will be coming from another subject under forensic science, which is personal identification techniques. So personal identification techniques is composed of 18 questions. Ito yung sunod na pinakamaraming questions na panggagalingan. Okay? Sunod sa ballistic. So after ballistic, ang pinakamaraming questions na bubuo sa 100 questions ng forensic science ay eto nga, personal identification techniques. So where these questions will be coming from? Number 1, the basic principles of personal identification. Number 2, the ability in the application of dactyloscopy as the gold standard in personal identification and other scientific and non-scientific techniques of personal identification in relation to crime detection and investigation. Okay? So, recognition, collection, preservation, classification, comparison, and identification of latent prints. So, you must know this you must know this, or you must know how to do this, no? Yung mga pagka-classify, pag-identify ng mga latent prints. So number 3, apply the techniques in detection, collection, preservation of forensic evidence in relation to friction ridges and other means of personal identification. So kung makikita nyo dito, although ang title is personal identification techniques, pero karamihan ng mga techniques dito na i-discuss ay galing sa dactyloscopy. Number 4, kasi pinag-uusapan, di ba? Latent prints, friction ridges, yan. Utilize various forensic tool equipment and employ systematic methods in processing latent prints, ridge detail to ensure positive identification. So, paano ba ini-employ or ginagamit yung tinatawag nila na ACE-B process? So, pag sinabing ACE-B, it is an acronym that stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and validation. Number 5, demonstrate competence in the examination, identification, and presentation of evidence communicated in format and in content acceptable in court proceedings. Alright? So, the next set of questions will be coming from the subject personal identification techniques. Start. Okay. 199 to 200. The one who introduced the first system of classification of fingerprint. Who is that person? Sir William Herschel, Herman Welker, J.C. Mayer, or Johannes Fortinhe. 200. This is the study of the soles of the feet. Okay? Podoscopy, gyroscopy, poroscopy, or dactyloscopy. Answers to these questions, 199 and 200 are letter D and letter A. Si Johannes Fortinhe ang unang na-introduce ng system of classification ng fingerprints, and podoscopy is the study of the soles of the feet. Next. Okay. So additional information, no? Hans Gross is the father of criminalistics. He said that forensic science or investigation is all about the quest for truth. And Alphonse Bertillon is the father of identification. Okay? Let us continue. So here are the explanation for the first two questions in personal identification. Poroscopy, it is a specialized study of the Schwann gland opening on the papillary ridges as a means of identification. So yung mga pores daw sa skin, yung mga arrangement nila ay pwedeng gamitin para as a means of identification like fingerprint. Okay? So that is poroscopy. Gyroscopy is the study of the palm. Dactyloscopy refers to the practical application of fingerprint. Diba? Kung paano ina-apply yung fingerprint identification, fingerprint classification. So yung mga ginagawa sa fingerprint class is called dactyloscopy. Yung dactylography, ito naman yung study of fingerprint as a means of identification. Halimbawa, di ba? Ginagamit na ngayon yung fingerprint para i-identify yung mga employee sa biometrics kapag papasok na sila sa kanilang mga offices. Okay? So that is called, or that can be part of dactylography para ma-identify yung mga employees using biometrics. Scarification. Ano ba yung scarification? This is a means of identifications in the past which was done by cutting on various parts of the body, thus leaving scars and forming elaborate design. So, nung araw na hindi pa alam ng mga tao na pwedeng ang fingerprint ang gamitin para ma-identify siya at makilala siya, okay? Compare sa ibang tao, gumagamit sila ng scarification. So pag sinabing scarification, susugatan nila yung part ng body mo, gagawan ng design, okay? Yung sugat, ikakat in the form of design, at yon kapag siya ay naging gumaling na, nag-heal na, naging peklat, at yung peklat ay nag-form ng design na yon, yun na ang magiging identity mo. Okay? So, makikilala ka na because of that scar or peklat. And the design of that scar, definitely. So, ang tawag doon, class, ay scarification. Okay? Scarification. Next. Items. 201 and 202. The following fingers are rolled away from the body of the subject when it is taken. All the fingers except the thumb, both thumbs, all the fingers, both thumbs, and the index finger. So, di ba sa pagkuha ng fingerprint, pag impress ng fingerprint sa card, merong mga fingers na niro-rolled away and towards the body. Okay, so ang question sa 201, ano yung mga fingers that are rolled away? 202. The metal or plain glass where the ink is distributed. So, part pa rin to ng fingerprinting na tinatawag, yung pagkuha ng fingerprint. So, what do you call that plain glass where the ink is distributed? Fingerprint card holder, fingerprint brush, ink slab, or fingerprint roller. So the answer to 202 is, and 1 is letter A and letter C. All fingers except the thumb, and letter C, it is called ink slab. Okay? So all fingers except the thumb ang nirolled away from the body. Ang niro-rolled naman towards the body are the thumbs. So again, lagi kong sinasabi to, no? Para madaling tandaan, thumb, ibig sabihin towards. Okay? So T is to T. Towards is to thumb. Kapag nakalagay, fingers that are rolled towards the body, the answer is thumb. Next. Yung instrument or glass na kung saan dinidistribute yung ink, ang tawag natin dyan ay ink slab. So let me discuss the other important instrument or device that you need during fingerprinting. So we have, let's start with the fingerprint card holder. So, kiniklip dito yung fingerprint card to avoid movement. At yung size ng fingerprint card is 8 inches by 8 inches. Yung fingerprint brush, this is for developing latent prints para sa pag-apply ng powder. Yung fingerprint roller, this is the fingerprint ink that can be spread evenly on glass. So, yung roller ang ginagamit para i-spread yung ink on the ink slab. Spatula. This is used for crippled, broken, or disabled finger. And latent print transfer cards, this is for preserving lifted latent prints. So pag na-lift mo na yung latent prints, dito mo siya ilalagay sa or iipit sa latent print transfer cards. Another is strip holder. An instrument used to hold or secure fingerprint cards in taking fingerprint of a dead person. Okay? So, ito yung makakatulong sa'yo kapag kukuha ka ng fingerprint impression coming from the hands of an already dead person. So, when taking fingers for the purpose of rolled impression, the finger must be inked from the tip up to the first base of the first joint. Okay? So yung unang guhit dapat hanggang doon yung ilalagyan or lalagyan or ipo-provide ng ink. Okay? Next. Okay. Number 203 and 204. A cardinal rule in taking fingerprint is that the finger must be completely healthy, moist, dry, and clean, healed from injury. And in 204, the fingerprint pattern with 2 deltas and circuiting ridge which may be spiral or oval. Plain whorl, ulnar loop, central pocket loop whorl, or double loop whorl. Okay? The answers are letter C, it must be dry and clean. So bago pa mag kuha or lagyan ng ink yung mga finger para kunin yung kanyang impression, yan, make sure that it is dry and clean. Okay? Sa 204 naman, yung pattern na diniscuss or dinescribe with 2 deltas and circuiting ridge, that is definitely a plain whorl. Next. Okay. So on the other hand, in taking prints of the subject, the technicians always instruct the subject to relax. Okay? Relax lang. Para madaling ma-move yung mga fingers, i-roll yung mga fingers. So, the first thing to do before conducting fingerprint classification is to make sure the rolled impression are in proper places. Okay? So, bago ka mag-fingerprint classification, alam nyo naman kung ano yung classification na yan. Yan ang ano di ba? Yan ang parang climax or exciting part pagdating sa subject na dactyloscopy. So bago ka mag-classification, make sure na tama yung mga fingers na nakalagay sa bawat box ng rolled impression. So paano mo ika-counter check yon? Tingnan mo kung pareho doon sa plain impression. Okay? Ano yung plain impression? Ito yung mga fingerprint impressions na hindi naka-rolled, yung sabay-sabay na inimprint. Okay? Makikita mo yung plain impressions sa lower portion ng fingerprint card. Next. Okay? So, i-familiarize din natin yung mga ridges, excuse me, or yung mga bumubuo sa fingerprint, no? Number one, we have delta, otherwise known as outer terminus. Okay, a point on the first ridge formation located directly in front and near the center of the divergence of the type lines. Makikita mo yung delta sa pinaka gitna kung saan nag-open yung tinatawag nating type line. At ang tawag dyan ay outer terminus. The core is the inner terminus. This is found on or innermost looping or recurving ridge. Makikita natin yung core sa gitna or inside the looping ridge or what we call recurving ridge. Karaniwan ng mga core ay makikita sa mga loop patterns. So, the core and the delta, pag pinagsama mo class, ang tawag sa kanila ay focus point. Focus point. Next. Ito naman yung iba't ibang ridges. Converging, meeting of two ridges running side by side. So, dalawang ridge na magkasabay at nag-meet on a single point, ang tawag ay converging. Ang kabaliktaran ng converging is diverging. Two ridges running side by side that separate or spread apart. Okay? Appendage. This is a short vertical ridge that is found at the summit of the recurving ridge. So pag sinabing summit, ito yung pinakatuktok ng recurving ridge at doon mo siya makikita. Okay? Ang tawag ay appendage. Rod or bar, the short or long ridge found inside the innermost recurving ridge of a loop pattern. So yung rod or bar, makikita mo siya inside the recurving ridge. Ito or dito rin minsan kinukuha yung tinatawag natin kanina na core. Bifurcation is a single ridge that divides into two or more branches. Okay? So ito ang madalas na gamitin or gawing delta. Okay? Next. We have ending ridge. Ito yung pinakadulo ng mga ridges kung saan siya nag-end or nag-determinate. Enclosure or lake or islet. A ridge that divides. Nag-umpisa siya sa single ridge tapos nag-divide into two pero bumalik ulit sa pagiging single ridge. Kaya meron siyang space at the middle. So ang tawag natin dyan is enclosure or lake. Island or dot, ito yung mga ridges na parang point lang or period. Type lines, the boundaries of the fingerprint pattern. Pattern area, the part that is surrounded by type line. Yung nasa loob ng type line is called pattern area. So dyan mo ma-identify kung yan ba ay loop, whirl, or other pattern. Recurving ridge, ayan yung ridge na nag-i-start in one side at nag-U-turn papunta or pabalik on the same side. Okay? Sufficient recurred, complete with shoulder, and free from any appendage. Sufficient ang recurving ridge kapag wala siyang appendage, no? Yung diniscuss natin kanina na ridge on top of the summit. Obstruction, a short ridge found inside the innermost ridge that spoiled the inner flow towards the center of the pattern. Yung obstruction, pahiga yan na ridge or horizontal ridge that can be found inside the recurving ridge. Obstruction. Okay, so for you to completely remember these ridges, so ito yung mga itsura nila. According to order it was discussed. We have converging ridge. Okay, nag-meet on single point, diverging, naghiwalay, appendage, yung merong sa gitna, okay? Merong naka-protrude. Rod or bar, ito yon. Yung mga short or long ridges that can be found inside the recurving ridge. Bifurcation, a single that divides into two or more ridges. Ending ridge, kung saan nagtapos. Enclosure, a single, divide into two, and form a single ridge again. Island or dot, obviously. Recurving ridge, ridge na nag-U-turn, pabalik doon sa side, kung saan siya nag-start. And this is the type line. At sa loob ng type line is the pattern area. So this is the type line of loop pattern at ito naman ang type line ng whirl pattern. And this is the last stage that we discussed, we called obstruction. Okay? So makikita siya sa loob ng recurving ridge na nag-o-obstruct ng flow ng recurving ridge. So, next. Okay. It is the process of placing under each pattern the letter symbol representing their pattern interpretation. What is this? Identification, tracing, blocking, or classification. Number 206, in fingerprint classification, the diagonal mark that is being shown means what? Right hand ulnar, left hand ulnar, left hand radial, left hand ulnar, or A and B are correct. The answers are letter C and letter C. Ang tawag natin sa paglalagay ng mga symbol, okay, sa mga boxes kung saan makikita yung rolled impression sa fingerprint card ay blocking. Okay? So, at yung symbol sa 206, that means letter C. It is left hand ulnar. So, the explanation about this will be discussed tomorrow. Okay? So, we will continue the rationalization tomorrow, maybe at the same time. Okay? So, for now, this will end our meeting for today. We are now on 205 and 206. So, thank you very much for being with me for the whole period. Despite of challenging weather, you still decided to attend our class. Okay? So, thank you very much and see you again tomorrow.